Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and it is June 5th, a Thursday afternoon, 2025. Let's quickly turn to the north with the camera because we have a queen coming in. There she is. One of two queens underway, Singapore Airlines cargo being the other airplane. And this is Atlas Air flight 5219, arriving from Miami, Florida. Boeing 747-400 freighter. 8 hours precisely underway as we speak. 26 years old, first flight April 1999. It's the November 476 Mike Charlie. It is not exactly autumn, but today it sure looks like it. We had an area of rain passing over the Netherlands earlier, and there are still some very imposing clouds further away. I'm hoping for a few dry hours in the upcoming hours until 7 to 8 or so o'clock. Time will tell. A warm good afternoon to everybody who has joined in the meantime. And congratulations, Louise Opstrup, who is celebrating 12 months of membership. Another member who has gone green. Thank you so much, Louise, for your continued support. Hope everything is still to your liking in the lounge. Upwards and onwards, another member who has gone green. Thank you so much, Louise, for your support. A good afternoon to everybody who has joined. Jaden, Onno, Dirk, Bill J, Patrick, Justin, Faxier, Michael Jackson, Klaas Reinders, Redison Guy, Yuri Gio. Good afternoon, everybody. Hey, what is up with the camera? Let's see. There we go. For some reason the video feed froze. Hopefully it is now once again working. Yeah, I see moving footage. Not sure what happened there. In the meantime, a warm welcome to everybody who has joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and this is the Polderbaan. Atlas Air, one of two queens expected in today's show. Dana, good afternoon. Jerry Slijm, goedemiddag. Ronaldo, goedemiddag. So yeah, showery weather. Have a look at the cloud over there. It's also why I'm a few minutes late. I had to wait at the parking lot for a few drizzly droplets to pass by. That's the shower in the distance that I showed you just now. Pretty windy here. Although right now over here the sun is shining through a bleak blue sky. So the excavator is gone, there's just a pile of rubble left. Is that right in front of the windsock? No, it isn't. So the windsock is pretty erect, as you can see, pretty aroused. May 5 in the title of the stream. What is up? Is the title incorrect? It is of course June 5th. Right, got that also fixed. Right, any more fuck ups by yours truly that I need to correct? Hey, Michael is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Michael DCA. He is officially ground crew. He needs to order his shirt made. Yeah, actually you should. Nah, that's perfectly fine the way it is. Mate, thank you so much for your super chat there. I also want to do an experiment. I spoke with a guy after last Sunday's stream who told me that you can automate messages, celebrations and whatnot with some software, some free software. Stream Elements went and looked into it. I think I have made an automated overlay that should automate all the celebrations. So membership celebrations, gifted memberships, super chats, super stickers. So what I'd like to do, because I haven't tested it yet, is turn it on and see what happens. The video shouldn't change. Got it now enabled, so if anybody is celebrating so many months of membership, it should automatically pop up in the screen if all is well. So I'm very curious to see if that is now working. Also, if everything now works, super chats, super stickers, and etc. should also automatically pop up in view. Is there anybody who can celebrate so many months of membership just to test it? Just curious to see if it already works. And if it doesn't, back to the drawing board. Hey, check it out. What was that? Huh? Okay, so the 22 months of membership is not working properly. I can already see it. Could you do that again, Ronald? It did pop up automatically. It just didn't recognize it as a membership celebration, but it looked like it recognized it. Right. So that doesn't seem to be working. Is there anybody who can once again set off a membership celebration, for instance? You can only do that once. Okay. Right. Well, in that case, let's switch it off again. So that didn't work properly. This is when I do it manually via EHAM Live. So, Ronald, thank you so much, of course, for your 22 months of membership. 2 more to go before you'll join Team Blue. A very big thank you for your continued support there, Ronald. Hope everything is still to your liking in the lounge. This is the current situation. We have 17 knots of wind, and we have wind that is, well, no, 12 knots of wind. We have pretty much crosswind. What is there to expect? Singapore Airlines is still underway. Its ETA is 6 p.m. Emirates A380 flight number 2 is expected 12 minutes to 8. There's more underway. I also saw a very interesting airplane that will probably land on the center runway, but I hope we might still be able to see it. Etihad Airways Abu Dhabi Grand Prix livery, expected shortly past 7 o'clock. I hope we're going to stay dry until then. This is the current feed of the Dutch Met Office. Past hour, you can already see here showers are forming, so I am not too sure about how wet things are going to get, how extensive the rain is going to be, if we are going to be able to fix it. Okay, well, now everybody is doing membership celebrations. I switched the overlay off again already. Now it is back on again. I'm doing this just manually because I do not want to miss them. Thank you so much Iltink Tattoo and Angel Piercings and Willem FS for your continued support as a member. I did not switch on, I had it switched off because it wasn't working properly, or at least it showed super stickers. This is also manually via the software I am using. Thank you both for your support, guys. Unfortunately unable to test it like so. Wolfgang also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. Before this becomes too technical and too software like, let me just zoom out and turn the camera to what we are here for after all, airplanes. Currently a lovely airplane glide slope shot, 2 airplane glide slope shot. I probably missed the celebration already because Dion is celebrating 3 months of membership. That probably already entered in view before it entered in my chat here. Right, so since I also need to be filming, best is that I just look at what is going on after I'm done streaming. So, you guys are reporting that it's only briefly in view. That's strange because the setting ought to be 10 seconds. So something is not working there. Right, I think we've tested enough. I am going to close again the overlay. Let's just go manual for the time being. It's a matter of testing. The thing is, you need to be able to test it, and the emulation is only very limited in what you can test. So I also need to do some real life testing. So the membership celebrations are in view too short. Doesn't mean I'm not going to highlight them manually. Tina, thank you so much. 1 month to go before you'll be turning green and join Team Green. Thank you so much for your support. And also a big thank you to Dion, who is celebrating 3 months of membership. Thank you so much, Dion, for your continued support, and I hope everything is still to your liking in the lounge. So, doing some testing here, an overlay to automate highlighted messages. It does seem to work to a degree, but there are still some improvements that we need to make. Useful feedback, upwards and onwards with that then. Crosswindy conditions here, and you can see here we have a banana. Or is it? Shit, no. No. Going back. Yeah, here we have a banana. DHL A380-600. Look at it crabbing. 1 hour and 59 minutes on the way from Madrid. Delta Alpha Echo Alpha Alpha is the registration. Crabbing until the very last moment. Boom. Here you go. Wolfgang and Paul, very good afternoon to you both. Hope everybody is doing well. So yeah, showery weather. Whether or not it's going to stay dry all throughout the stream remains to be seen. Right now the sun is shining bleakly over here. This is where the wind is coming from. This is what it currently looks like. A bit to the south, dramatic clouds. Further to the northeast, already a bit out of view, but 10 minutes ago, very dramatic skies over there. Next up, Transavia flight 6862. En Marjan, goedemiddag. And Jan Pijnenburg, goedemiddag. Jan Pijnenburg just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Jan, thank you so much for your vote of confidence. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. I hope you're going to like it in the lounge. You have all the 32 custom emojis now at your disposal. Use them however you see fit. Spamming is not allowed, but using custom emojis as much as you want is very much stimulated and encouraged. Jan, welcome. And thank you for the vote of confidence. Using a little bit of the reversers there. And they're returning from Athens. I'm imagining the people must be very disappointed arriving in the Netherlands when things look like this out of your window in your airplane. Or maybe they are enjoying the beautiful clouds. I know I sure always am. As long as it doesn't rain out of them and we're getting wet in the process. On the scale of chimney smoke, currently things look like this. In the meantime, a very good afternoon to all who have joined. Greetje, goedemiddag. Janus, tip of the wing. Eddie, Sophie, good afternoon everybody. Another one of Hans' favorites is coming in now. Vueling, flight 8302, arriving from Barcelona, A320neo. Flight time 1 hour and 59 minutes. Only 36 degrees today in Athens, Jonas says. Yeah. Must be so disappointing for the people returning from Athens, coming back in the Netherlands, where it is even colder. Bill J says, going to need a lot of melted butter for all the crabs. Absolutely, mate. A lot of crabs, also some greens over here. It's a crab salad fest. You can see, Han, that the dot is still in place. World order as we know it is going to stay in place, although maybe not so much in the Netherlands. As much as they tried to keep everything in check, our government is now no longer. New elections later in the year. Anyway, no politics. Let me refrain from saying more. World order as a whole is going to stay in place because the dot is still in place, maybe just not in the Netherlands temporarily. Another airplane is turning in the background. That is an Embraer 190 KLM flight 1712 arriving from Luxembourg. And before it is an Embraer 175 arriving from Aberdeen, KLM flight 916. In the meantime, Arjan is celebrating 2 months of membership. And he writes in Dutch, back from holiday and you are live in the afternoon, question mark, party! Party hardy, mate. Hope you've had a good vacation thus far. Now it looks like Schiphol Oostbaan runway 22 is also open as secondary runway today. I think I had written down 18C in the ticker. Seems that I was a bit early with that. Thought Bezoekbas was mentioning it later in the day. Maybe not yet. So arrivals 22. There we go. We have a Chinese triple as number 2 now, not including this airplane, otherwise number 3. Still not convinced that what the meter says with respect to 12 knots of wind is actually correct any longer. To me it feels like we are having a bit more of a breeze now. There is another meter coming in a few moments. Meter I had pasted in the ticker was from an hour ago. Right, let's give it a few minutes. Around 3:30 the new meter should probably be published. We can update the ticker with it. 12 knots of wind? I think not. In the meantime, a very good afternoon to all who have joined. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed the landing of the first Queen already. Atlas Air. Was it the very first airplane of the show? I think it was, wasn't it? It was either the first or the second airplane of the show. There's another 747 underway, also from Miami, Florida. I'm also standing at the location where I usually stood before those pipes came. Or am I still a bit new? Turning in a bit more. Well, it's leaning in against wind, it almost looks like. This location ought to give straight butt shots. But there you go. It is time for the first 777 freighter of the show. China Southern Cargo, arriving from Shanghai in China. 11 hours and 10 minutes on the way. Bravo 2041 is the registration. The airplane we are now looking at is 11 years old. First flight was in June 2013. Howdy Anita and Leonard. Martin, good afternoon. Adriane, goedemiddag, good afternoon. En Visser, Koen, good afternoon. My laptop tent says it's blowing with more than 12 knots of wind, let me tell you that. And the airplanes crabbing say something similar. Hadi Ton, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Manzi, good afternoon, good morning for you, I think. Two airplanes visible on the glide slope, KLM flight 1580 arriving from Lisbon in the foreground and KLM flight 1504 arriving from Madrid behind it. Two 737-800s arriving from the Iberian Peninsula. After that, EasyJet with an A320 arriving from Persenchester. So this is KLM flight 1580 arriving from Lisbon in Portugal. 2 hours 24 minutes on the way. So yeah, wind is blowing from this direction. This is where we need to look to see what is coming our way. The wind is blowing pretty hard, and looking at the horizon, I'm not sure I like what I'm seeing over there. Now I think that the wind is actually a bit more coming from over there, so with a little bit of luck, whatever we are seeing over there is going to drift that way. Next airplane coming in is KLM flight 1504, arriving from Madrid, 2 hours precisely on the way, the PHBCB, Bravo Charlie Bravo. A 14-year-old specimen, first flight May 2011. Hey there, Ray, good to see you again, mate. Let me see if I can pronounce that properly. No, sixth. Good afternoon to you too, and to all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are standing here at the Polderbaan runway 18 right. One of 2 runways in use for arrivals. Crosswindy. Also warnings later in the day for any possible gusts. This is the wind on the scale of chimney smoke. Let's have a quick look and see what the meter is saying. 12 knots of wind has now become only 13. That's interesting. Wind is still blowing from the southwest. Few clouds at 1100 feet. 16 degrees C the temperature. The next 747 coming in is Singapore Airlines, arrival from Miami. Its ETA is 6:04 p.m. There's an Emirates expected 10 minutes to 8. The Orange Pride is on the way to Paramaribo. Jesus is on the way to Tenerife from London Gatwick. And we are expecting... Where was it? There it is, over Turkey. The Etihad Abu Dhabi Grand Prix F1 Dreamliner. Its ETA is 7:04. I hope that we are able to film it. It's probably going to land on runway center, or if it stays open as secondary runway, runway 22, which would be even worse. From here, at least we can see it. Goody Patootie, good afternoon. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. Lothar Pilot, good afternoon. Bart and Paul, good afternoon. EasyJet arriving from Persenchester. Guess WD-40. Butt shots. Here we go. Yes, there we go. Two airplanes visible. Number 190 from BA City Flyer arriving from London City. KLM flight 1046 behind it. That's a 737 arriving from Birmingham. Hadi Jillard, goedemiddag. Erik, goedemiddag. Marco, goedemiddag. Good afternoon. And thank you, Jillard. Who says congratulations with Lisa's birthday last Tuesday. Oh, there we go. Meter says 13 knots of wind. Is that so? Is that really so? Does the windsock look like this with just so many knots of wind? In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Arjan, who just now gifted a membership. See that? Who was the recipient? Miss Wolves. Miss Wolves, welcome to the Skylines. Don't forget to say thank you to Arjan, which I'm sure you will when you are in the chat. See that Alan is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Arjan, thank you so much for your generosity. And welcome, Miss Wolves. If you are seeing this, hearing this, reading this at a later stage. Indeed, she is, Wolfgang. KLM flight 1046 arriving from Birmingham. 40 minutes on the way now. The PHBGM. Aren't those studios BGM? Or am I now just confused? No, it's MGM, of course. 41 minutes. Birmingham, Amsterdam. 14-year-old airplane. No Wi-Fi on board, or is there? Hey, and Eileen has also joined Big Al to watch the famous AMS live. Welcome, Eileen. Three airplanes in the distance visible. Let's see, narrow bodies for the time being. Iceland Air Max 8 in the middle. Sandwiched by two Embraer 190s. This is KLM flight 1234 arriving from Göteborg. Jamie says in about 10 minutes, Gus HL will land with the updated EasyJet livery on the plane. Where is it coming from? Looking forward to that. Interesting to see that some of those windmills in the background aren't spinning. Yeah, these are, but a couple over there weren't. Why? Do we have plenty of energy already? Are they now being repaired or something? Anyway, makes you wonder, or at least makes me wonder. Goedemiddag Stina. Parking garages out of the question, Arjan. The moment they see me coming, they are going to kick me out. In the meantime, K2 is also here, standing still. It looks like there is a shower over there, although the wind is coming from over there. So I'm hoping that whatever we see over there will move further that way. I think this cloud is coming right towards us. Yeah, so I think this is where the wind is coming from. Marcel, goedemiddag. And also a warm welcome to Gonzalo, who just became our latest Aurora Skylounge member. Gonzalo, thank you so much for your vote of confidence. Welcome to the Aurora Skylounge. Hope you like it. Hope you'll like it over there. You have 32 custom emojis at your disposal now. Don't forget to use them. Spamming is not allowed, but you are allowed to use custom emojis as much as you want. So feel free to do so. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many have gone before you. I will happily show you around. And good morning, Cliff, who's tuning in from Ohio. Good to see you, mate. Josephine, good afternoon. H-Man, good afternoon. So, bit of wind, some showers. This is what is coming our way, but will probably stay south of us, or at least that's what I am hoping. KLM flight 1286. It is one of the German Airways airplanes, and you can see, looking at the tail, this is the new livery with all the dots. Not only does it now say operating for KLM City Hopper, but they've also placed the German flag more or less in a pointillism what's the word? Inspired livery. Agent T79, good afternoon, servus. Bart says the radar shows it will. I'm assuming you're meaning that the shower is going to pass south of me. That is good news. You're right, Han. The Hitachi did not clean up his shizzle. Absolutely he didn't. Jen Rosek also in the chat. Good to see you, mate. And Jamie says that it is about 5 minutes before the EasyJet is going to land with the updated livery. Have we seen that before already? I'm not sure what it looks like, so I'm not sure if we already saw it before in our lives. Right, K2 is rolling further to the north, so incoming. No butt shot for this one. And Alan says congratulations on reaching 32k, mate. Did we cross it? We were only, I think, 15 subscribers away from it. We were stuck at 985, so it had to happen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Upwards and onwards. Suzanne, goedemiddag. And good afternoon to all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at a windy and showery Schiphol airport, next to the Polderbaan runway 18 right, primary runway for inbound traffic. Oostbaan 22 is now also open, a secondary runway for inbound traffic. If you joined us later, you may have missed the landing of the first Queen already. I think it was the very first airplane of today's show. Atlas Air arriving from Miami, and another 747 is expected around 6:05 if I recall correctly. Singapore Airlines cargo also arriving from Miami, Florida, so it ought to land on the runway we are standing next to, provided that we aren't rained away by then. KLM flight 1178, number 175, arriving from Stavanger. Tip toe. If you are enjoying the stream thus far, don't forget to leave a like. Liking and subscribing is a free and easy way to support the channel and help us reach a wider audience, more like-minded people who are into live streams like these but who haven't heard of the channel yet. Incoming butt shot, here we go. Hey there, Hamed. Good afternoon, goedemiddag. Ooh, butt shot. Wait. Taxiing along the yellow center line on the taxiway. Alrighty, here is the updated EasyJet livery coming in from Southend. Let's see, is that it already? I think it is. Looks a bit pixelated because we're now in the deep end of digital zoom. This is back to the top end of the optical zoom of my camera, and a bit further back also shows us the ground. HMN says, just opened Flight Radar, and while there are a lot of flights coming in, what I am particularly enthusiastic about is that there is an Etihad underway in the Abu Dhabi Formula 1 or Abu Dhabi Grand Prix special livery. Don't think I've seen that one in real life before. Unfortunately, given the timing of its estimated time of arrival, it's probably going to land on the secondary runway, which I hope will become center again, but for now is runway 22, the Schiphol Oostbaan. That's not good news, because if it will land over there, it means it's going to land pretty far out of our sight. We still are able to see the airplane, but other than just recognizing it as being an airplane, that is about it. Not much more we can see. RT asks if this is the Polderbaan. It is. Cliff, you're absolutely right. An added bonus, an airplane dance at 1,000 likes. That one is a keeper. As far as I'm concerned, whenever we reach it while live, I will give you another one. Hadi RWY, goedemiddag. Jordi, goedemiddag. EasyJet flight 25709 arriving from Southend. Alright, so this is the updated livery of EasyJet now. It is a subtle change, isn't it? It's a bit like the deeper smile of the KLMs. Meanwhile, this is coming our way, but by the looks of it, we are still in the clear, given that I think the wind is coming from over there, more or less. Or is it more from over there? Uh-oh, uh-oh. Hey there, Grazy23, thank you so much for your kind words. Glad to hear you are enjoying the content. Hope that goes for everybody. Grazy23 in Dutch Rides. I saw your streams before. Good footage, and I follow all the airplane traffic on AirNav Radar free app. Seeing what comes in. Beautiful footage. Now subscribe to your beautiful channel. Thank you so much for your kind words. Once again, Grazy23. Next airplane to arrive is Air France A380, arriving from Paris. Oui, oui, omelette du fromage. Merci beaucoup. À bientôt. Au revoir. Et salut. Hadi Gratje, goedemiddag. Good to see ya. Sildedeel, goedemiddag. Connie, goedemiddag. Hannes, good afternoon. So, next coming in is Transavia. And behind it, KLM. 737-800 and a 737-900 respectively from Malaga and Barcelona. This is Transavia flight 6118, 2 hours and 39 minutes on the way to get from Malaga back to Amsterdam. First flight was in April 1999, and that makes this airplane 26 years old already. Things are going to get close with respect to how close the rain is going to pass by. This is what is now coming my way. I wonder what does it look like on the radar. Let's have a quick look, shall we? So going over to the Dutch Met Office website, we are situated approximately over here, and this is forming, yeah, where is it going to end? Maybe a little protrusion to the west might give us a few minutes of rain. Now these are luckily pretty small. This is already dissolving. That is good news. So what rain is going to pass overhead is going to be short-lived, luckily. Still not fully convinced that this is just 12 or 13 knots of wind. My laptop stands really leaning into the wind, away from the wind. The wind is actually making it lean. More Connies in the chat. We need to number you guys. Alrighty, next up Transavia arriving from LBA, which is Gran Canaria, and behind it is number 175 from KLM arriving from Inverness in Scotland. Hey, finally! Musk Cargo A330-200 arriving from Doha is turning in further to the north and is now going to be fourth for arrival. Right, so this is looking directly to the south. It looks like the wind is coming from over there. So maybe just a little bit of rain coming this way. A bit hard to estimate. Military police passing by in the foreground. Looking in the other direction, things look a bit more cheerful. I think this is the Musk Cargo A330 already. And the Chinese triple is turning in from behind to the right. Very much looking forward to seeing that combo. Hey Rolf, goedemiddag. Leo, goedemiddag. Dutch Peter says rain in Leiden, which is still a bit further to the south from where we are standing. So that shouldn't come as a surprise. L333GC, good afternoon. goedemiddag. Chinese triple in the background, turning in from the right. The clouds a little bit in the way. Still lovely to see. Next airplane to land over here is KLM flight 1706, arriving from Brussels, the PH EXS. A whole 27 minutes underway to get here, all the way from Brussels, which is 89 nautical miles from Amsterdam. Right, so the Embraer 175 has landed. Now time for 2 wide bodies. It also gives me time to quickly go back over to the computer. And say thank you to Ronnie Brown for your Shiba dog with sparkles in his eyes saying my hero super sticker. Ronnie, thank you so much for your support. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for the beautiful super sticker. And also a warm welcome to Groucho Kent, who just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Welcome to the lounge, Groucho. You now have all the custom emojis at your disposal. Feel free to use them however you see fit. Spamming is not allowed, but custom emojis you can use as much as you please. So please do so. Don't forget to do that. Let me quickly go back to the computer, to the camera, and film the arrival of mass cargo flight 6124, A330-200 arrival from Doha. The 9M Mud. Hey, butt shot in the making. Mascargo butt shot, A330. That's a nice treat. Oh yeah, butt shot. Next airplane coming in is China Cargo Airlines 777 freighter arriving from Shanghai in China. Another 11 hours and 11 minutes on the way. Kablamo. Thought I also saw somebody in the chat asking about the camera I am using. That is a Canon XA60, and you can find some more information about the gear I'm using in the video description below. So this is China Cargo Airlines flight 205 arriving from Shanghai in China. 11 hours and now 12 minutes on the way. 777 freighter, the Bravo 222 Hotel. 2 years old. First flight June 2022, so this airplane turns 3 this month. Reversers? Yes. Current status quo, looking to the south, looking to the southwest. From what I can tell, this is all going south, but now I am not sure about what is further up ahead. This is at the horizon. I think whatever is forming over there might be coming this way. Let's quickly turn back and away from it. Don't want to see that. Alrighty, it is now time for a 737-800 and a 737 MAX 8 from KLM and TUI respectively. One arriving from Bergen, the other from Funchal. I'll leave the guessing up to you, which will be arriving from where. De Sport uit Rotterdam, goedemiddag. Peter K, good afternoon, good to see you, mate. Ooh, 34C in Slovakia, that's hot, mate. Over here, 16C. And I think a new meter is also out, one from 5 to the hour. Let's have a quick look, see what it is saying. So, refresh. 15 knots of wind, that's more in line with what I was feeling here for a while now. Wind from the southwest, crosswindy conditions, scattered clouds at 3,000 feet, few clouds at 1,400 feet. In other words, a lovely day. Almost the longest day of the year here, but we are still having some autumnal windy weather. Also, welcome back, boss, and a congratulations to you too, celebrating 3 months of membership. And he writes, fine Dutch weather as usual. It certainly is, isn't it? Absolutely, mate. Thank you so much for your continued support. Hope you still like it in the lounge. If anything is no longer to your liking, let me know. Dankjewel, boss. Thank you so much for your support, my friend. Upwards and onwards. If you joined us only later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at Runway 18 right, aka the Polderbaan. Wind is blowing from the southwest. The landings are to the south. That means crosswindy conditions, 15 knots of southwesterly wind. And showery weather. If we are going to stay dry or not remains to be seen. This is what is coming more or less from the direction of the wind. So, fingers crossed. If you join us only later, you may have missed the arrival of one queen already. Atlas Air landed in the very beginning of the show. First airplane of the stream. Another one is still expected in 2 hours and 5 or so minutes from now. Singapore Airlines cargo arriving from Miami, Florida. Chris Coot is also here. First aquatic bird that I am seeing in today's show. Things to the north look way better, friendlier I should say, than to the south. Here in the foreground, now in the center, KLM flight 928 arriving from Edinburgh, that's a 737-800, and behind it is KLM flight 1058 arriving from Norwich, that's an Embraer 190. Runway 22, the Schiphol Oostbaan is also open, considering the wind direction and speed. And the fact that 0927 is still closed for maintenance. A warm welcome to all who have joined in the meantime. Sagar, Monster Tube, Richard, and all others. So, looking at flight radar quickly, will tell us that the Etihad Abu Dhabi Grand Prix is expected 5 minutes to 7. Beautiful Dreamliner. Yeah, of course, quite a few wide bodies are coming in from Asia as well. Singapore Airlines is expected. 6:04 still, arrival from the west, so that should be a candidate for the Polderbaan. More Etihad cargo as well. Emirates is underway. Its ETA is now 7:50. Interesting to see. KLM flight 1058 is next, arriving from Norwich. That's an Embraer 190. Also, traffic jam on the A9 highway to the north to Alkmaar. That is not uncommon, particularly since it is a long weekend here in the Netherlands. Quite a few people already celebrating weekend at the end of today's working day. Yeah, so there's definitely stuff that is bad for me coming this way. That is definitely looking like a bit of rain. The question is, how big is it? That's what I am curious about. Is this a very extensive bit of rain? We are approximately over here. And yeah, something is coming, but it doesn't look to be very sizable. Each transition, each next step is 5 minutes, so I think it is maybe a shower lasting 5 or 10 minutes at the most. Next up, Shamrock, flight 608, arriving from Dublin, Ireland. It's an A320, 1 hour and 3 minutes on the way. Either it lands or it doesn't. It's the EIDER. 19-year-old airplane, first flight October 2005. In the meantime, welcome to all who have joined. Rio, Clemencia, and Paul. And thank you, Wolfgang. We were already very close to it before going live, so it had to happen. We were only 15 subscribers off from 32k. Aer Lingus, still illuminated here by the sun, giving us another butt shot. And you are right, Paul, the UK Met Office forecast is pretty reliable even for the Netherlands. I've also taken to looking at its predictions along with the Dutch Met Office website, the Buienradar app, several sources. UK Met Office precipitation map is very accurate in my opinion. Works really well for the Netherlands as well. This is KLM flight 1202, arriving from Oslo, Embraer 190. 1 hour and 33 minutes on the way. 15-year-old airplane, first flight July 2009. What is it with pilots that they keep their hand on the top with the control panel. Seen them do that so often. Surely those places must be very sticky by now because of all the pilots with their sweaty hands keeping their hand at the same location at the top edge of the instrument panel. Next up, KLM flight 1646, arriving from Genoa. Embraer 175, 8 years old, first flight May 2017, 1 hour and 37 minutes underway. Two more airplanes visible in the distance, an Embraer 190 and a TUI 737-800. This does not look that good, does it? This is looking in the direction of the wind, and that is what is coming my way. We are going to see a little bit of rain. How long it is going to last is what is still unsure. Lovely shower though. This is the scale of chimney smoke. Hans says that the weather radar from noteweer.be says that the showers are going to pass right south of me, but because of the fierce wind, of course the precipitation is also going to land more further to the north. I'm sure it will. We'll see. Probably will have to resort to filming with one hand temporarily. This is the Herpa going viral with itches and scratches for 75 years. It almost looked like they were going to open up the reversers, then they closed the slots again. They opened about a quarter. Once again here at the butt-shot location. Dennis, goedemiddag. Good to see you, mate. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are standing here at the Polderbaan, runway 18 right. And this is what is now south of me. And this is what is coming my way. It is absolutely looking like this is going to pass right over me. Very curious to see. What does it say on the website of the Dutch Met Office? So yeah, this is intensifying. We are standing approximately over here. So most of the shower is going to pass south of us, but you can definitely see a little bit of activation. If that's going to be the only bit, should be doable. In the meantime, if you guys are enjoying yourselves, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. It's a free and easy way to help this channel grow and reach a wider audience of like-minded people who are also into live aviation streams. but who just haven't heard of the channel yet. Lufty should be next. There it is, it's already turning in. Lufty flight 2306. That's an A320neo, arriving from Munich. Lovely backdrop, against which the airplane is turning in. Scout is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Arenda, goedemiddag. And all others who have joined in the meantime. Paul H, good afternoon. Monique, goedemiddag. Good to see you again. Welcome back, everybody. So yeah, looking to the north, things look pretty okay. Looking to the south, things look a bit different. I'm already preparing the sleeve, removing the sleeve of my storm umbrella so that I can deploy it at a moment's notice. Looks like we'll be needing it. Also, in the background from the left, we ought to be able to see Vueling flight 8354 in the moment, arriving from Bilbao. Hey QJ, good afternoon. Welcome back, mate. I always wonder, where exactly do we need to look? Are the clouds perhaps in the way of seeing the Vueling already? Or is it a bit lower? Hard to see it. Good afternoon, Boreas. Good morning, Maria. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy. We are about to be hit by a shower pretty soon. This is Lufty flight 2306, arriving from Munich. 1 hour and 4 minutes underway. Denu, Delta Alpha India November uniform. Flight time 1 hour and 5 minutes. 6 years old. First flight March 2019. Turkish A350 will be landing on the Polderbaan, Yillard says. That is good news. It is almost 4:20. That ought to mean that the secondary runway for arrivals is going to close. Arrivals to runway 22 is... This is what we can see from over here. It's not very detailed, although I have to say a bit more than I thought we were going to see. This is what is now looking in the direction of wind is approaching. I can already see the rain veils coming from the cloud. And this is what it looks like to the north and to the northwest. As if nothing is happening. Hey, thank you so much, Monique. 32k. We were only 15 away this morning already, so it had to happen. It's going straight to me, Marion says. How long do you guys think it is going to last? 5 to 10 minutes or so? It should be passing over relatively soon. Born this way, fly this way, special livery of Vueling arriving from Bilbao. Flight 8354 is what we are now looking at. About to touch down here after an hour and 32 minutes. The ECLVS. 12-year-old airplane, first flight May 2013. Just thought of something, and that is I have my rain trousers with me. So let me quickly reach in my bag. No, it's the other bag. That should keep the jeans dry. Next airplane coming in is number 190, arriving from Lyon. In the meantime, I have quickly put on my rain trousers. That's the bit that the umbrella normally doesn't keep dry whenever it is raining and you're standing with an umbrella. This is KLM flight 1432 arriving from Lyon. That's number 190, flight time 1 hour 15 minutes. $15-year-old airplane, Papa Hotel, Echo Zulu Mike. First flight January 2010. So yeah, this is what I am now seeing. You can already see the veil over here. That is precipitation emanating from this cloud. You can also already see lighter bits behind it, also over there, lighter bits. So it does look like it will be short-lived. Still, brace for impact. I'm almost inclined to say that it is already raining over there, since it does look a bit more hazy looking over there than it normally is. Also, looking over there, a bit more hazy. I'm thinking it is going to rain any moment now. Yeah, I'm starting to feel the droplets, so time to put the hoodie of the parka up. Close the zipper. Get the umbrella out. Alrighty, back to one-handed camera operation. Also standing here with a storm umbrella in my hands. This is KLM flight 940 arriving from Glasgow, Embraer 190. Two airplanes visible on the glide slope. That's TAP Air Portugal flight 670 and A320neo, and behind that is Turkish flight 1953, and that is an A350-900. So this is TAP Air Portugal flight 670 arriving from Lisbon, an A320neo. Next up, Turkish flight 1953, that's an A350-900. Nicely done. It sounds like we have had the worst of it. Looking at the horizon to the southwest, things do look a bit brighter already, luckily. Oh, that's the umbrella bumping into my phone, which is attached to the camera, which is causing things to move about. So yeah, it is looking a bit brighter already in the direction the wind is coming from. It is still drizzling, but it does look like we've seen the worst of it already. Visibility to the north is still very poor. Gary Grebe has also come out. Hey, what's the commotion? What's going on here? Now, let's see, next airplane coming in should be KLM flight 1080, arriving from Bristol, Embraer 170. If we can see it, that is. Yeah, only just. There it is. KLM flight 1844 behind it, that's an Embraer 190 arriving from Nuremberg, Embraer 190 behind it, arriving from Zurich, and another Embraer behind it, arriving from Newcastle. So if you are a fan of Embraer 190s, you guys are in luck. The wipers are on both sides. Hard to miss them. Right, big picture wise, looking in the direction of the rain, it is opening up already. It looks like the worst is has already passed by us. And Kenya Airways is also approaching, coming this way, arriving from Nairobi in Kenya, which is in Hey there, Nick. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all others who've joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. A shower in the process of passing overhead. It should be past us pretty soon. There's fresh spray on the runway. Right, the hoodie of the parka can go up again. Yeah, so it is still raining, though nowhere near as heavily as 10 minutes ago. I think we ought to have seen the worst of it. German Airways, and this is the airplane that we used to know as Chucky, the Dupree. And Turkish is still over there. Butt shot. Turkish delight. A butt shot from the Dupree. Hey, that's good news. Jonas says SAS A319 retro 18 minutes away. Meanwhile, things are looking a bit brighter over here. Let's zoom out a little bit. So even though my umbrella is still giving you a lot of moisture, this is what it looks like. A lot of drizzle droplets are falling off of it. It's still raining, you can hear it. But this is what is now coming. Clear, brighter sky. Just a few more drops. This is what just now passed by. We're still in the tail end of the shower. Hopefully before the heavy hitters are landing, I can get rid of the umbrella and also clean the lens. KLM flight 898 arriving from Beijing is also coming this way. That's a 777-300ER. So you can probably hear it. And otherwise you can see it over here. It is really now just a drizzle. I'm thinking I should be able to put the umbrella away pretty soon. So yeah, one-handed camera operation and one-handed umbrella operation here. I think it's now almost dry. In that case, let's just skip this airplane, fixate everything. I'm going to put away the umbrella, quickly wipe the lens dry, see if we can film the wide bodies with two hands so that I can do the zooming and whatnot. Let's also quickly get rid of the water that is on my bags. Luckily these are water repellent. Let's also toss open the protective tripod bag that I have my power supply in. Keeps it from getting too warm through direct sun exposure. It also keeps it from getting too wet whenever it is raining. There we go. That should be one decently dry lens. All the other screens as well. Quickly wipe them dry. Right, where were we? Phone back on. There we go. Alrighty, back with two-handed camera operations. This is Kenya Airways flight 116 arriving from Nairobi in Kenya, which is in and this is a 7878 Dreamliner, the 5 Yankee Kilo Zulu Bravo. 8 hours and 43 minutes on the way to get here. The airplane is 11 years old. Its first flight was in May 2014. Right. Give us some reverser and spray action then. Come on. Yes, there we go. Alrighty. There you go. Now see that we have more than 700 viewers and less than 400 likes and 4 dislikes. What is up? What's wrong with this stream that you guys aren't so enthusiastic? What am I doing wrong? Give me some constructive feedback. Help me improve the content that I am making. Russell also back. He's sitting on his throne overlooking things. Seeing all is well. He's still in awe looking to the cloud that is drifting out over here. Very interesting to see. Next airplane coming in is a 777-300ER from KLM, arriving from Beijing in China. 11 hours and 37 minutes underway. This is the PHBVO, beer for underway, biertje voor onderweg, BVO, Bravo Victor Oscar. The airplane is 10 years old. Its first flight was in March 2015. Alright, can we get some more spray? Kenya Airways showed us how it's supposed to be done. Can the KLM reciprocate? Come on. Come on, give us some visual spectacle. What a waste. What a waste. Hey, that's nice to hear, Lars. Lars says in Dutch, I bought a cap from AMS Live on Sunday. What type did you buy? Contrast or snapback or... Hopefully you'll enjoy yours. I know I certainly always enjoy mine. Norman says, not enough waiting music. I apologize, Norman. Let me make right away. In the meantime, let me undress and get rid of this rain trousers, which is a bit warm. Also have my parka on, which also is very nice for the rain, but not for the temperature. A bit overkill. But there you go. Right, let's quickly turn back. Austrian's coming in with an A320 Neo. There it is. It is approaching the glide slope. Austrian flight 373 arriving from Vienna. Hadi Greet, goedemiddag. And good afternoon to all others who have joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Just now a shower passed by. Things are drying up already pretty rapidly because it's not very cold and we're also having plenty of wind. Let me see, laptop tent is also still nice and dry. Yeah, the gear can handle a shower. So, if you joined us later, you may have missed one 747 landing here already. That was Atlas Air. There is another 747 underway. Let me quickly show you guys. Oh, going over to flight radar. Flying over Northern Ireland, Singapore Airlines cargo flight 7987. Now expected before 6 o'clock. In an hour and 10 minutes from now. Coming in from, I thought it was Miami, apologies, LAX. What the fudge. The Emirates A380 is still expected around 10 minutes to 8. And where's the Etihad? Here it is. This is also coming. Etihad Abu Dhabi Grand Prix livery. It is expected 10 minutes to 7, and the question is, will it land on this runway? I think not, unfortunately. I think not. Probably is going to land on the wrong runway. It was runway 22 that was the secondary runway up till now. Whether the center is going to be the secondary runway or if it is going to stay runway 22 remains to be seen. Hey Fatback Dutch, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. And Dan says, do you know if you can still stand by Aalsmeer? Heard that you aren't allowed to stand in the weiland. Welk weiland? I'm not sure that I know which field you are referring to. Aalsmeerbaan to the south. Schiphol Oost, where the crossing with the petrol station is. Where a couple of businesses are. That parking lot. Never heard anything about it. So... Grote weiland naast de brandstofopslag. Oh, no idea, mate. No idea. I've never been there before, so I don't know what the situation is over there. Wouldn't know if it is allowed or not. It probably isn't. But of course, it's always a matter of do you get chased away or not. But I don't know what the status of that field is. Austrian, still missing the word wolf. And if you're thinking it looks like the sun is actually illuminating it, you're absolutely right. The yellow orb is once again back in the sky. And this is what it looks like in the direction of the wind, so... This is how quickly things move. You can already see bits of blue already in the sky where the wind has blown the clouds past us already. The wind on the scale of chimney smoke currently looks like so. Let's have a quick look at what the meter is saying. Meter, we haven't updated in a while. It says now 14 knots of wind, still from the southeast, light showers and rain, scattered clouds at 4,200 feet, few clouds at 2,500 feet. Air temperature 17 degrees C. Hey, the blue snapback cap. That is nice, Lars. Hopefully it'll arrive soon. I found them to be very durable. The only thing, and that's something that all caps have, all fabrics have, is that they discolor when exposed to the sunshine. Hey! But nothing... It doesn't wear sooner or more rapidly than other caps would, in my experience. It's just exposure to the sunshine when you're using the cap like I am to stream a couple of times per week. Every fabric will discolor then at some point. The next airplane coming in is Royal Air Maroc. Real Royal Air Maroc, not Air Arabia Maroc, but Royal Air Maroc, arriving from Casablanca. 3 hours underway, 737-800. Casablanca is in Morocco, that's in the north of. But you guys already knew that. Registration is Charlie, November, Romeo, Oscar, Charlie. I like the livery of Royal Air Maroc. It's almost retro-y. The airplane is already 20 years old. First flight was in February 2005. This is the newer one. This is the newer livery. Not too long ago we also saw the old livery. That is very retro-y. This is more modern, absolutely. Thank you for your kind words, Air Otten. Who in Dutch writes, much respect for you, boy, standing there in all types of weather. And Josegi, good evening. Josegi is tuning in from Nairobi in Kenya, which is in... Let's see, 2 airplanes on the glide slope. SAS A380 arrived from Copenhagen, and that is the SAS Retro livery. Flight 1549, an hour on the way from Copenhagen as we speak. It's the OI KBO. And after that, it is time for ITA. ITA Airways, flight 110, an A320neo arriving from Rome. The IHOB. Still traffic jam on the A9 highway in the background. Its traffic is moving from right to left, and that's to the north to Alkmaar. Many people celebrating a long weekend this weekend. And a lot of people already began their weekend now. Their weekend has already begun, I should say. So the evening rush hour today was expected to be a bit more heavy than ordinarily would have been the case. Well, look at this. We've seen it so many times before, but now with beautiful lighting from behind, it is a beautiful machine, isn't it? Nice touch. 3 flags. Absolutely lovely. Hank has the stream on while cooking. What are you making, mate? Let's quickly turn around. Ladies and gentlemen, members, it's time to get out that blue custom emoji. You now have another opportunity to spam us with it. You can also spam with it on other moments, but now is the right moment to use it appropriately. ITA Airways flight 110 arriving from Rome, an A320neo, 1 hour and 55 minutes on the way. First flight September 2023, making it less than 2 years old still. A warm welcome to all who have joined in the meantime. You're watching Amos Live, my name is Boy. If you join us later, you may have missed the landing of 1747 already. It was the very first airplane of the stream. Atlas Air, arriving from Miami. We still are awaiting a second Queen Singapore Airlines cargo, which is expected in an hour from now. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around, lay back, sit back and relax. It is arriving from LAX. We're also awaiting the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix special livery from Etihad, which is also flying to Amsterdam as we speak. ITA Airways, and with the sun illuminating it from behind, doesn't it look great? The metallic, the details on the tail and the back end of the fuselage. Absolutely stunning machine. I love that livery. Hey there Chris, goedemiddag. Schnitzel, potatoes, red cabbage, nice. Bit wintry, although me and Lisa also still eat it quite regularly. Although not with schnitzel, but with vegetarian balls. Kermit is also here, you can hear him. And thank you, Russian characters. Let's see. Yeah, something. Thank you for your compliments. What does it say? I know only a few Cyrillic letters, so it takes very long for me to decipher your name. Hey, overhead traffic outbound from runway 24, going to the north. Ah, Evolution, of course. That's a very appropriate name to be participating in a live aviation stream with. Jaap, goeiedag. Jordi, goeiedag. Almost weekend, indeed. Next airplane to arrive is a Turkish Anadolu jet, a jet A321neo. I'm always struggling with what to name them. It's probably a jet, isn't it? Or is this still Anadolu jet? This one says a jet. It's a jet arriving from Istanbul. 2 hours 58 minutes on the way. That is a nominal flight duration. Istanbul, Amsterdam usually averages around 3 hours. Liwe also back in the chat. Good to see you, Liwe. Hope all is well. A jet arriving from Istanbul, A321neo. 2 hours 59 minutes on the way. 2-year-old airplane, first flight October 2022. So yeah, back to the drawing board it is, with the automation of the highlighted messages. At least the membership celebrations need some work. The duration a bit short, and it also got interpreted as super stickers. So that's something we need to look into. Hope to first automate highlighting messages, then I'll also look into a Stream Deck so that I can have all my sound effects at arm's length. What a pretty hairdo. Right. A-Jet is getting closer. Getting closer by. The airplane that we can see behind it is another Transavia arriving from Girona in Italy. Another Transavia arriving from Pisa behind it. Pisa. Let's see. Next wide body coming in is a 777 arriving from Istanbul. Turkish cargo by the looks of it. Or is there something else arriving from the west? No, from the west all we see close by are narrow bodies. So Turkish cargo 777 is the next wide body. It is on what you might call an extended base leg, flying over what is called Markermeer. I'm wondering, it is now almost 5 o'clock if I recall correctly. One runway open for inbound traffic until, what was it, 5:20? Second time in a relatively short period of time that I am streaming this time of day. Normally speaking, the morning hours are my jam, so not exactly sure about the runway use this time of day. Let's have a quick look and see what Bezoekbus is telling us. So yeah, oh okay, until 1740. So only the Polderbaan open as runway 18 right until 1740. And then from 1740 until 1820, the same. Still only the Polderbaan open for arrivals. And then from 1820 until 820, so 620 until 820, the Oostbaan is also going to open up. That's too short for the A380. So it means that the A380 is going to land on the Polderbaan. We can already establish that. In the meantime, Singapore Airlines is approaching Manchester, Chester I should say, making up some time. Its ETA is now 5:47, and the Emirates A380 flying over the Black Sea has an ETA of 7:45. And this is Transavia. Flight 5766. So yeah, looking in the south, things look a bit darker, but that's going to pass south of us and it's not coming to us. If we need to know what is coming this way, we need to look over here, and still at the moment everything is looking quite clear. This is looking to the west. The sun is out, but now above some higher clouds. This is the south. This is the east, land inward. You can also see, looking to the northeast at the horizon, the showers that passed by. Looking to the north, we have some friendly clouds making for a nice contrasty backdrop. This is Transavia flight 5424 arriving from Pisa. Pisa. 1 hour 47 minutes on the way. 737-800. The Papa Hotel Sierra Juliet. Oh, sounds good, Clemencia. Clemencia writes in Dutch that she is making a vegetarian pizza and found the recipe on TikTok. Does make me curious what the ingredients of that pizza are. I mean, a pizza margherita is of course also vegetarian. So what are the other toppings are in the recipe and are you going to put on them? And do you also have one of those pizza stones for in your oven? I was always told that if you want to make pizza at home, you need to have one of those pizza stones. Does anybody have experience with that? Philip says, boy, thanks for being there later. Great as always from Sacramento. Phil. Well, Phil, thank you so much for your kind words. Happy to oblige. We had a bit of, well, in the end it turned out that I could have done a morning stream this morning. It looked like it was going to rain around 11, and in the end it began raining later. I think around 12 to 1 o'clock. Was also much more subtle in the beginning and shorter lived than it looked like it was going to be initially. That's the thing, you always have to decide on whether to go out or not based on weather radar extrapolations. These aren't always very accurate. Now, everything was looking to be good for the afternoon. It looked like there was going to be a mostly, if not completely, open area with no rain between 3 and 7. So that's why I chose to first go to the gym this morning, then go out to stream in the afternoon. Butt shot incoming. Don't forget to use those custom emojis, guys. Many of you have a badge and are member. Butt shot being one of the 32 custom emojis that you have at your disposal. So people say that with a stone you will get a better result making a pizza at home. You need a lot of heat, don't you? And I was always told that it makes it, a pizza stone makes it better. Hans says veggie pizza is okay as long as it doesn't contain pineapple. Ooh, I actually like a pizza margherita with some pineapple on it. Cursing in the church, as we would say in Dutch. Right, EasyJet coming in. Second in a row. This one is coming in from Palma de Mallorca. The lighting this time of day at this runway is exquisite. It's a bit like the conditions you have at the Polderbaan in the morning hours. Back at food we are, Wolfgang. It's what keeps the chat rolling. Food is always a topic that people eagerly chat about. So that's perfectly fine with me. More butt shots, more butt shots. I'm standing at the location I used to stand at before the pipes were being laid here. And because I went a bit closer to the pipes the other day, a couple of weeks ago, and saw that those pipes, when you zoom into the runway, into the glide slope, it doesn't really bother you that much. Figured, let's go back to the original location I usually were standing at during arrival streams or departure streams when not filming from the roundabout. Sun Express having arrived from Ankara in Turkey. Right, Clementia is giving the ingredients of the recipe. So tomato, basil, veggie chicken, little cheese and slices of pineapple. And she does have a pizza stone. Excellent, that sounds great. Sounds really lovely. Greetje says, Paul, pineapple or not? Yeah, indeed. Hey, the Turkish the Turkish triple is on the glide slope. There it is. The airplanes are still crabbing a little bit, although I do get the feeling that the wind has slowed down a little bit after those showers passed us by. Hey, and Jimmy Parrott is also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Andrew, good day. Welcome to the show, everybody. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed a rain shower and also one queen landing in the very beginning of the show. Another queen is expected within the hour. Singapore Airlines cargo 747 is arriving from LAX, and we are also awaiting the Emirates A380, which should land 10 minutes to 8, I think it was. Also, the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix special livery Etihad Dreamliner is underway. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. Mr. Master is also in the chat. Good to see ya. Zick says, I prefer pizzas from a world famous doctor, Dr. Utker. And allegedly it's supposed to be pronounced Dr. Utker. And we also have little chocolate candy bars called koetjesrepen, cow bars, actually, literally translated. If we are consistent with the pronunciation, how should you call these chocolate bars in Dutch? Right, quick butt shot, but let's quickly turn back for the triple. Turkish flight 6359 arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. That is a 777 freighter coming in from Istanbul, Turkey. 2 hours 49 minutes on the way. Tango Charlie Lima Juliet Tango is the registration. The airplane is 5 years old. First flight was in February 2020. Indeed, Rick, that's also what I was thinking with respect to the pronunciation of those chocolate bars. Reversers, question mark. Spray, question mark. Alrighty. Little bit of reversers, but apparently the sun and the wind have already evaporated most of the spray that was deposited by the recent shower. Even though my rain pants, my rain pants are already relatively dry, but my umbrella, which was lying in the shade of my utility car, still is a bit wet. Hey, it's Chris Coote and Gary Grebe. Are they collaborating again? Chris Coote, Gary Grebe, and Russell Crowe. Here they are. Next up, E2 Embraer 195, KLM flight 1010, binary flight number. Arriving from London Heathrow. 44 minutes on the way. 3-year-old airplane, first flight somewhere in 2022, the month not specified on flight radar. Jippe Kraus in Dutch says that his cat is eagerly interested, is looking with a lot of interest looking at the birds. Yep, Gary Grebe over here. Chris Coote over there. We haven't seen any duckies. Harry is missing, Peter K remarks. I'm looking around because I'm not sure if don't recall having spotted Harry here yet. Don't think I've seen him here either. Big picture overview, looking to the north, things currently look like so. This is looking to the west. This is looking to the east. The things to the south look like so. The wind is coming from over there. That's the weather that is coming my way. So for the time being, we are in the clear. No more showers anytime soon by the looks of it. Time for more EasyJet. This is an A320neo arriving from Fuerteventura. Hours and 48 minutes on the way from Fuerteventura to Amsterdam, the OELSI. So many Austrian registered airplanes. Another butt shot? Or no? Yeah, it's turning in. It's turning in for the butt shot. EasyJet A319 arriving from Gatwick is next to arrive. Motorcycle on the cycling path. I'm not sure that it is allowed. And we are at 494 likes and 5 dislikes. That means that we are almost halfway to an airplane dance. I'm not going to say we are going to get another airplane dance today in this tempo, but the offer still stands. Whenever we are going through 1,000 likes while live, I will do another airplane dance for you guys. We'll probably need weekend audience, which is a bit bigger, to get to that point. Hey Jeroen, and Jeroen says CRJ is coming in. That's nice. CRJ incoming from Lufty. First, Air Oink Oink, Pegasus, arriving from Istanbul, an A321neo, flight 1257. There it is already. Where's the next airplane after Pegasus? It's probably Ryanair. Right. A little gap forming after this airplane. Ryanair flight 3006 should be the next airplane to land here on the Polderbaan after that. The CRJ is now traversing the marker Meer on an extended base leg, if you will. Hadi Helene, goedemiddag. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Let's see, zoom out, zoom out. Ah, Air Europa is coming. All narrow bodies, all narrow bodies, all narrow bodies. Is the Singapore 747 going to be the next widebody? It's now begun to traverse the Gulf of Yorkshire and is still north of Norwich. Alright, rush hour on the A9, but no longer a traffic jam to the north. At least not here in the background. This is Pegasus, flight 1257, arriving from Istanbul. Air Oink Oink, 3 hours and 6 minutes it has flown to get here. Nominal flight duration. 3-year-old airplane, first flight May 2022. Hey. Still a bit of spray. And thank you for making the Polderbaan a bit more clean, Pegasus pilots. Gillard wonders if I recall the old livery from EasyJet back when they were flying 737s. Not immediately. Maybe if I see it, I will say something like I've seen that before. But not that I can replicate it immediately. I don't have it visually in my mind's eye, so to speak. Why do you ask? Yuxer asks if the Garuda Indonesia already arrived today. Good question. I haven't been checking it, so I'm not sure that it has. We can have a quick look and see what is coming in on Flight Radar. Ava Air is coming in. United. Not United. Let's see, this is Etihad Cargo. I think they arrive in the local early morning, don't they? Air China Cargo is coming in still. China Southern Airlines, Angry A350 is also on its way. Now, if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. Air India is coming. EasyJet. Yeah, so there's still plenty coming. Oh yeah, the phone number. Yeah, I remember that. I do remember that, Gillard. Yeah. Now that you mention the phone number, I do recall EasyJet with a massive phone number on it. Yeah. Absolutely crazy. Michael DCA has to go. Thanks for the stream. Need to go get my car from the repair shop. Thank you for joining, mate. Hope to see you again later in the weekend. Hopefully tomorrow. Although maybe not. I will be going out again tomorrow in the morning hours by the looks of it. It looks like there's a window of opportunity in the morning hours where we are going to have dry weather. So I'll have another look when I come home and I've had my dinner. I will check again and I will announce the stream as soon as I've made up my mind. But before I went out, it looked like tomorrow morning, in the morning hours, my regular streaming hours, we are going to have a window of opportunity of dry weather. Showers again expected for tomorrow afternoon. Showers also expected for Saturday and Sunday, so I still am unclear about whether or not I will be able to go out. It is shitty weather with precipitation possible on all days in the upcoming weekend, and then from next week on it should get dry and sunny again with more calendar conform weather. I spy with my little eye Saudi cargo taking to the sky. Davey asks if I'm going to stay out until sunset. No mate, that's a bit too late for me. Also think that not much is going to happen again after the A380 will have landed. The wide bodies for today will dry up after that. Maybe some more 747s during the night, but yeah, so the sun is out. The sky is blue but a bit milky. Lovely clouds to see. Once again, lovely cloudy vistas here. Looking the other way around to the east. A bit darker. And then of course friendly clouds looking to the north. Here we have Ryanair. Is it going to use the reversers? Not today by the sound of it. Pity. Pity, pity, pity. Nicholas says, Airbus A330 Beluga at 30k feet in front of you. In front of me is not specific enough, mate. To the north of me, to the south of me, moving from east to west, north to south. I need more specific details before I am able to point the camera in the right direction. In front of me, that can be anything, depending on whether I am standing to the north, looking to the north or to the south. Two airplanes visible on the glide slope, and the third is approaching from the right, from the east. BA City Flyer Embraer 190 in the foreground. BA A320 at the 10 o'clock. And that airplane that is coming in, is that the CRJ? It ought to be, but it doesn't look like a CRJ, huh? But it should be. It should be a CRJ. Was it just... Yeah, I think... Yeah. It was the CRJ. It is the CRJ, I should say. Right, Beluga is south of me. How far to the south is it? Where is it flying from and to? Is it from east to west? West to east? I appreciate that you guys try to help me show interesting airplanes, but I need more specific details before I can show you where the traffic is. About damn time, Michael says, with regards to the CRJ approaching, finally. This is BA City Flyer arriving from London City. Embraer 190, flight 8455. It's an Embraer 190 short range, and it has flown a short range thus far, 37 minutes on the way, and the distance has been 180 nautical miles. "12-year-old airplane, first flight July 2012. Nice linear 3 airplane glide slope shot with a BA A320 arriving from London Heathrow in the foreground. In the middle we have a CRJ Lufty arriving from Frankfurt. And the third airplane is an EasyJet A319 arriving from Newcastle. Karsten also back in the chat, good to see you mate, hope it was well. Coast Guard on the way back, where is it flying? All well over here as well, Karsten. I'm actually quite liking going out a bit later to stream. There's nobody else over here right now, as far as I can see over here on the cycling path. I'm all alone here by the looks of it. There are a few people still at the Spottersplatz itself, you can see. The weather is nice, the lighting is okay. Went to the gym this morning right after getting up on an empty stomach and only a couple of cups of coffee. Went surprisingly well, leg day. I was even able to perform. Taking a shower, sleeping a little bit longer, although I was woken by Lisa who had to get up early. Dozed off bit longer, went to the gym, had some food before going out, some more coffee. It's what I remember from having evening shifts during my studies. More calendar, more biorhythm conform for my to my liking. CRJ 900 arriving from Frankfurt, the first of the show. Lufthansa City Line. Also a butt shot in the making? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely it is. Beautiful butt shot. Next up, EasyJet A319. Raven Rock, good evening, good to see ya. And all others who've joined in the meantime, good afternoon to you too. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We've endured one shower thus far and right now everything is dry again. Bit of crosswind means that the airplanes are crabbing a little bit. 1747 already landed, was in the very beginning of the stream, the first airplane I think it was. The next 747 is expected within half an hour if I'm not mistaken. Singapore Airlines cargo arriving from LAX. It was traversing the Gulf of Yorkshire last time I checked. EasyJet landing, Air Europa next. Let's have a quick look at the status quo. Let's start with the weather. Do a refresh. 11 knots of wind, so yeah, after that shower passed by, it has calmed down a little bit with the wind. 16 degrees C, still southwesterly wind, no ceiling. And looking on flight radar, a lot is coming in. The Queen is approaching the Dutch coast already, so that's expected in 10 minutes from now. Looking forward to seeing it. Let me quickly update the meter in the ticker for you guys. Then it is back to the camera controls. Tom says, really glad you're doing a rare afternoon stream as it's giving me the opportunity to watch. Thank you, sir. Fantastic stream and info. Thank you so much for your kind words, Tom. I'm glad to hear that you are liking what we are doing here. Hope that goes for everybody. And if you are enjoying the streams, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. If you want to help support this channel for free, it's an easy way to do your bit and help this channel reach a wider audience of like-minded people who are into live aviation streams like these, but who just haven't heard of AMS Live yet. Air Europa arriving from Madrid, flight 1093. Landing here, arriving from Madrid. 2 hours and 2 minutes on the way. Arriving from España. Air Europa Express. Oh, there you go. That's even more special. Next up, Air France, not with the baby bus, but its bigger sibling, the A319. Air France flight 1140, there it is. A319 arriving from Paris-Charles de Gaulle. That's always 40 to 45 minutes of flight, just like how London, Amsterdam is also around that same length. It's an A319. Foxtrot Golf Romeo Hotel Zulu, and an airplane passing by it in the background to turn into the glide slope. That's Norwegian flight 83540 arriving from Copenhagen. Jackie also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Bear with me asks if I will be streaming tomorrow morning. It does look like it. Last time I checked. I will have to double check once again when coming home. But before leaving, it did look like in the morning hours we are going to have a couple of dry hours. So I'm expecting to be able to go out again in the morning hours like normal. 4 little ducklings, and I'm not seeing any parent in the vicinity, so I wonder what is going on. Are they looking for mommy? If mama is gone, that is so sad. It does look like they are just swimming around looking for their parent. They seem to be all alone. Best not to think about what might happen when those ducklings are just on their own, not protected by a parent. Right, the next queen, she is approaching, and I am thinking I can already see her. If only I can get a visual reference. The tower is over there. Right, so yes, there she is. There she is. Singapore Airlines cargo arriving from LAX. Still over the Gulf of Yorkshire, turning in to the east. Now on the base leg. The queen is coming, the second queen of the show. She's looking to become number 4 to land here, with 3 narrow bodies preceding her. First of those 3 to land over here is Norwegian, arriving from Copenhagen. This is the Fridtjof Nansen livery. 1 hour and 2 minutes on the way. Nominal flight duration. Frietjes. That's something else. That's fries. Hypnotizing eyes. Like Harry the Heron. Here are the two other narrow bodies. And Her Majesty should be, well, somewhere over there. And there she is. Russell in the foreground. Oh dear. People are reporting buffering. Not here on my end. Not here on my end. Right. Typical that there are technical issues when the queens are arriving. Here on my end I did not see anything stuttering, so I'm thinking it may have been a YouTube thing then. Stupid YouTube. Right, there she is. Singapore Airlines cargo flight 7987, arriving from LAX. 8 hours, 58 minutes on the way. The 9 Victor Sierra Foxtrot Oscar. This airplane is 20 years old, ladies and gentlemen. First flight of this airplane was back in July 2004. Hans' favorite Vueling is coming here in the foreground, arriving first. Arriving from Barcelona, flight 8306. Ah, I already thought I was hearing something to the left of me. I think it is. Yeah. What's he doing? It's making a clacking sound or something. He doesn't seem to be responding to it. So I'm wondering what that might be, that behavior. Alrighty. Ah. Now Russell is leaving his throne. And Karsten is right. Never arrive before the Queen. You will be ignored with much love, but ignored nevertheless. Absolutely. That's the fate of narrow bodies preceding Quad Squad members. You don't get much love here on AMS Live. And I see that Kjell is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Perfect timing. For those of you joining us just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the second queen of the show, landing here in a few moments. First queen was Atlas Air. I think it was also the very first airplane of the show today. And this is the second. We're also awaiting an A380 from Emirates, expected 7:45, and a special Formula 1 Abu Dhabi livery, Grand Prix of Abu Dhabi, I think, EHAM Dreamliner. Let's first look and listen. Singapore Airlines cargo arriving from LAX. Yes. Right, that's me going deaf a bit further. Say what? Beautiful. Don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already, if you are enjoying this content. You want to help this channel reach a wider audience for free. Liking and subscribing is an easy way to do so. Helps to get in new people like yourselves, awesome folk who are like-minded and like live streams like these, but who just haven't heard of the channel yet. It's the Finnish flag, and the Queen finished first. Gretje has to go, ordering some Pokeballs for dinner. Oh, lovely, lovely, lovely. That sounds very tasty, Gretje. Enjoy. Mr. Blue Sky is tuning in from Sweden. Mate, we can use you over here. Bit showery weather. Although now, no longer that seems to be the case, or at least for the time being. This is the direction the wind is coming from, and over here we have a bit of a faint blue sky. Mr. Blue Sky could do a bit more work here to make things a bit darker blue, but there you go. This is looking to the south, and if you look to the southeast, you can see a shower that has passed by further land inward. Still drifting away. The friendly clouds, if you look closely, you can see that they are somewhat linearly formed in the direction of the wind, so-called wolkenstraten in Dutch, literally translated to English, cloud streets. Looking to the north, things look like so, and looking to the northwest, also some higher clouds. So in every quadrant of the sky where you now look around you here at the Polderbaan, different types of clouds and shades of color can be seen. It's absolutely beautiful. As long as it stays dry. HRN says Coast Guard approaching Heemskerk, so that's north of me, somewhere in the background. Can I see it on flight radar? Why am I not seeing it on flight radar? Interesting. Unless it is designated not to return to Schiphol. Hans' favorite Vueling flight 2901 is arriving from Palma de Mallorca. This is an A320, 2 hours and 8 minutes on the way. Registration Echo Charlie, Mike Foxtrot Kilo. The airplane is 10 years old. Its first flight was in March 2015. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Windfinder was also indicating that tomorrow in the morning hours we are going to have some pretty decent wind from the southwest still. So I'm thinking tomorrow morning, if it is going to stay dry, I'm going to do a continuation of today's stream and go back here for more crosswindy arrivals. Hey, oi, oi, oi. It is Lisa DB. Oh, LDB. That's her registration. Belgium registered. Let's have a quick look, shall we? So, right now, looking on flight radar, quite a few airplanes are coming in. Also, a Chinese triple arriving from China. Oh, that's Münster Airport. Etihad. Cargo, also a triple. Hey, Michael, another Lufty arriving from Frankfurt is also underway. Here we have more wide bodies underway. This is the Etihad Abu Dhabi Grand Prix livery, expected 10 minutes to 7. And wind finder for tomorrow, Schiphol Airport, tomorrow in the morning hours, indicating wind southwest to west, with wind speeds increasing in the morning towards the beginning of the afternoon, reaching a peak, and also the gusts up to 25 knots. So promises to become a windy morning tomorrow. If you are able to join, please do, because we will be here for more live streams tomorrow. We're not done yet, mind you. We're not done yet. In the meantime, another airplane coming in. KLM flight 1416, Embraer 175 arriving from Rennes. 1 hour and 4 minutes on the way. 8-year-old airplane, first flight June 2017. Let's see that the number of dislikes has even increased to 7. That is interesting. The number of likes now at 576. So somebody isn't liking this stream, or we have trolls. That's also a good sign. If trolls find it worthwhile to troll on this stream, it means we are doing something right. So thank you all so much for taking the time to respond. Embraer 175 arriving from Rennes is next to arrive. Let's see, 2 narrow bodies behind it, and after that we are going to see the Chinese triple. Bevroren Patat asks, maybe a stupid question? No, there's no such thing as a stupid question. Is it possible to spot some ATRs at Schiphol? Well, if there are ATRs landing here at Schiphol, they probably aren't scheduled or are maybe charter airplanes. I don't know of any frequently visiting carriers that fly ATRs into Schiphol any longer. Maybe on occasion an ATR gets rented. We have seen some airplanes over the last year that were chartered, for instance, for football teams that needed to be transported. One of them was a 737-400, I recall, that we were still able to see from P3 back when we weren't getting kicked out of it so rapidly. But ATRs, no carriers flying into Schiphol still fly ATRs into Schiphol, sadly. Right now the only prop that we see regularly here is the Dash 8-100 from the Coast Guard, and an occasional Pilates or other bizjet. Hey Martin R, goedenavond. Babbers, good evening. And all others who have joined in the meantime, good evening. E2 Embraer 195 should be next to arrive. Shower in the distance. This is looking to the southeast. The wind is coming from over there, southwest, more or less. Fantastically backlit low clouds here. Makes for very dreamy, albeit rapidly moving clouds. E2 Embraer 195 KLM flight 1274 is arriving next from Copenhagen. 1 hour and 3 minutes on the way, the PHNXG. E2 Embraer, 3-year-old airplane, first flight November 2021. Abhishek says, hi boy, how do you see which runways are open for landings at a certain time? The website is called Bezoek Bus. it shows you the expected runway use. Don't have it open yet, but Bezoek Bus. If you go there, it's a Dutch website. Here you have a square, and in Dutch it says expected runway use. If you click on it, you can see the expected runway use for the upcoming hours. It gets updated. You also have the archive, so it has the expected runway use for the afternoon, the late afternoon and the early evening, late evening and the early morning, and then the early morning and the late morning and the early afternoon. It's not 100% accurate, but it does show you a little bit of what you can expect. With a little bit of experience, you can already infer what runways will be used by the wind. It's predominantly wind dependent, and then of course secondary is things like maintenance and temporary closures as a consequence of it. So today we saw that runway 22 was a secondary runway for arrivals. Ordinarily, on days like today, runway 0927 would have probably been opened up as a secondary runway, or maybe even just center, but Polderbaan used for arrivals and Kaagbaan for departures on days with southwesterly winds is almost a guarantee, unless one of the runways is in under maintenance. Vice versa, when the wind is blowing from the north, you can almost certainly tell with a high degree of you can almost certainly tell that the Kaagbaan will be used for arrivals and this runway will be used for departures together with center. That's almost always the case. Embraer 190 coming in, arriving from Linkoping. 1 hour 29 minutes on the way. It is an Embraer 190. 13 years old, first flight somewhere in 2012. John asks in Dutch if I already have plans to spot around NATO top. The answer is no, because I don't know yet where I will be able to do spotting from and where not. I still am unsure if I can reach my spot at the Kaagbaan or if you are able to reach the parking lot of the McDonald's and the road next to it. So I first will need to know when, for instance, the Polderbaan area is becoming a fortress and inaccessible, what will also happen at the main platform area. Based on that, I can determine where I am able to go to or not. I will tell you though that I did manage to take the week off from my day job. I'm going to compensate the hours in the 2 weeks after the NATO top. So on those 2 weeks I will not be able to stream on Thursdays because I will be working 3 days in that week, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. But it does allow me to be free on the Tuesday and the Wednesday of the NATO top, allowing me to be at Schiphol if there is something to see. Is this Captain Wheelie? It's not Captain Wheelie, but it certainly is Apprentice Wheelie. Howdy boy, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, mate. K-boy. Hey there, Paper Chase. Good to see you, mate. Now, apparently there's also going to be a tour around the Polderbaan area for an in-crowd. And as it happens, I have received the email with which I can register for it. I did. Pilot Sander did as well. We are still not sure yet if we are allowed to join or not. We will hear that at a later stage. In that case, there should be an open bus driving along the Polderbaan when all the airplanes are there on the Wednesday of the NATO top. So fingers crossed, I'm one of the lucky ones who will also be able to join. In that case, I'm not able to do a live registration of it, probably, but I should be able to do some filming and maybe make a film, a video, a separate video of it. Paper Chase says, is it cloudy or clear? I can't figure it out. This is what it looks like. The sun is out, but it is a bit milky. It has to be said. Further away, there are showers. So yeah, it is a bit atypical. The sky is a bit milky. So the sky is blue, but light blue. Makes for lighting that we aren't used to seeing that often. And K-Boy is shooting in from K4. This is Air China Cargo arriving from Shanghai in China. 11 hours and 15 minutes on the way. It is a 777 freighter. The registration is Bravo 2097. It is an 11-year-old airplane, first flight March 2014. Lisa has to go watch some tennis. Enjoy. Hey, Klaus back. Good to see you, mate. Didn't even know you were gone in the meantime. I thought you were there all along. You were there in the beginning already. Reversers? Yes. Bear with me says, where do you park when spotting at Polderbaan? I think that road is called Aalsmeerseweg. It's with the crossing of Beach Avenue, but I also sometimes park at the, is it still called Beach Avenue? At the front of Loksam. Did that once. I try not to do that as often as I try to avoid that as much as possible. But there are a few spots where it is possible to park. It's most difficult during weekdays because a lot of people who work in the nearby companies park their car wherever they can, and it is sometimes a bit of a struggle. That's why I'm also on average late with announcing streams when I go to the Polderbaan, because I first need to arrive on the scene and see that I actually am able to park my car over there. Time for two narrow bodies. Number 175 arriving from Newcastle is first to arrive, and after that it is an A320neo from SAS arriving from Stockholm. Andre asks in Dutch if there will be an airplane landing from Shanghai shortly. Well, there was one just now, Air China Cargo. Not sure. I thought there were more underway, but I'm not sure. And good evening to Arabic characters. Don't know what your name is, but welcome to the show and welcome to all others as well. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Dylan, goedenavond. Good evening. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed two 747s already. We are still awaiting Etihad with a special livery. Abu Dhabi Formula 1 probably is going to land on the wrong runway though, and I hope that the secondary runway will become the center runway. Bezoek Bas says it is the Schiphol Oostbaan. I really hope they are going to reconsider, considering the wind has now subsided a little bit and is not as fierce as it was earlier in the stream. Wind is still coming in from the southeast. This is what it looks like on the scale of chimney smoke. Mohammed Karim from Iraq. Welcome, Mohammed. Nice of you to say hi and join us. If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory, but it is always appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching. They can be nice. They definitely are knowledgeable. And if you ask them something silly, you can get a crazy answer as well. So I ask you all to challenge the audience. And most importantly, have fun. This is SAS flight 1555, an A320neo arriving from Stockholm. 1 hour 43 minutes on the way. And this is the Sea Roar. S-E-R-O-R. Indeed, Jos, middagstreampie. The roar of this airplane is quite soft. There we have my fellow boy, K-boy, at work. K4, here he is. K-boy at work. The boys are back in town. And this is EasyJet flight 27802 arriving from Venice, A320neo. Left Venice 1 hour and 25 minutes ago. It's the OE love. Show us some OE love. First flight June 2024. So it's turning 1 this month. Paper Chase says, honk for the stream. And Klaus, thank you so much for your super sticker. A red hand pointing up. Mate, thank you so much for the support. Much appreciated. Now, if you are enjoying the stream, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. It's an easy and free way to support the channel and help us reach a wider audience of people that are also into live streams like these, but who just haven't heard of AMS Live yet. Even though we have crossed through 32k subscribers today, we are still relatively small, and your likes and subscriptions really help to get more people in. Also, a massive big thank you to Dave A010 for your super chat. Honk honk. Honk for AMS Live. That was a missed opportunity of Boy, but he will be back, so maybe when he is returning, fingers crossed. EasyJet A320neo arriving from Venice, next to arrive, and then Air Baltic A220 behind it, top left, there it is. And after that it is time for some heavy hitters. China Eastern arriving from Shanghai in China. And after that Etihad with a 777 freighter arriving from Abu Dhabi. Now this boy already has quite a nice view at the airplanes, but boy in K4 trumps it. Best seat in the house. I'm not jealous, but I am a little jealous. And Captain Wheelie has switched from KLM. Going for a record long wheelie with an EasyJet A320. Wow. That was beautiful. That was insane. Makes me really wonder if Captain Wheelie hasn't actually moved from KLM to EasyJet. That was almost Captain Wheelie-esque long. Rutwig also back. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. So yeah, that was insane. Now, it is almost as if we are back in one of the morning streams. Air Baltic is arriving, and it looks like this is a special livery, or is it? It's the Rasta. It looks like the Rasta, and it is. The Rasta Air Baltic is coming in. Lithuanian flag. Air Baltic flight 619. Bombardier C Series 300, aka A220. It's the Yankee Lima Charlie Sierra Kilo. Thrown out at Delta, yeah. It was a short-lived stint at Delta, and then Captain Willie moved up in the ranks, going to EasyJet. In background, China Eastern arriving from Shanghai in China. Two wide bodies after this beautiful Rasta flag special livery. Arriving from Riga, 2 hours underway now. And the Rasta livery also with beautiful sunny backlight here. Jane also back in the chat. Privet, good to see ya. Welcome back. Yeah, man. Hear me now. Welcome back. And a butt shot to boot. All right. China Eastern is approaching, arriving from Shanghai in China, and Etihad should be turning in behind it. There it is. Two back-to-back 777s, 777-300 and a 777 freighter. Nah, Paper Chase, unfortunately no. That's just for the morning hours. No airplanes coming in from... Sadly. If all is well, there is another CRJ underway from Frankfurt, the second Lufty CRJ. One airplane is descending, the other is climbing. As the airplane on the left is approaching the glide slope. And the right already is on it and is descending through it. Yeah, that's also a good tip, Wolfgang. The next airplane is arriving from Shanghai in China, and that's not in... You're goddamn right. That's one way of using the sound effect, right? Right. Let me also see if I can look into the code for the custom widget to automate things. Maybe we can test again tomorrow with a new iteration. China Eastern, having arrived from Shanghai in China. Nice and loud. Absolutely lovely. Hey, I'm no longer alone. I am no longer alone. Somebody over here to the north as well, and still some people over there at the Spottersplatz parking place. Theo Kessel is also over here. Check it out. Hovering perfectly still, looking for Pinky and the Brine. One is a genius, the other is insane. Here is Etihad Cargo arriving from Abu Dhabi. It is a 777 freighter, 6 hours and 34 minutes on the way. Alpha 6 Delta Delta Echo is the registration. It is a 9-year-old airplane, first flight February 2016. Boy is using his sound effects to chase away birds. You might be able to pick it up on the mic. Combo shot with Boy in K4 and Etihad Cargo in the making. And doesn't this livery look beautiful in the glistening sunshine? With the bird control in the foreground, it makes you realize just how big this vehicle is. Absolutely amazing. Next airplane to arrive is a Corendon Max 9 737, arriving from Rhodes in Greece. And a bit of fireworks, please. If you'd be so kind. Right, 2 airplanes visible, 3rd airplane is turning in. The 3rd airplane is Finnair, arriving from bloody Helsinki in Finland. It is an A321 though. Did I say 3rd airplane? It's the 4th airplane actually. That's 4 airplanes in the glide slope shot now. Where's Captain Jerry? Where is Jerome when you need him? These are his glide slope shots, his favorite. Anyway, Corendon landing here from Rhodes. As I was setting up here, I also saw the Tattoo Max 9 landing here. But I suppose it will not have flown to its next destination and back before the end of the stream. Morning says, what a nice surprise to get home from work and the stream is still live. Hi everyone. Yeah, we are still live. Alive and kicking. Survived a shower. Although now it is looking a bit more cloudy again at the far horizon, looking in the direction of the wind. It doesn't look like anything substantial is forming and is going to approach here sometime soon, but you never know. If all is well, tomorrow in the morning hours it should be dry, so I'm looking to go out again tomorrow. Looks again like the wind is going to pick up in the morning hours tomorrow morning, so probably I will double check, but once I have made up my mind, I will announce the stream later tonight. Probably will be a Crosswind arrival continuation stream from today. Another day at the Polderbaan tomorrow. Not sure yet if and or when I will be able to go out on Saturday and Sunday. We have a few days where each day there is a chance of precipitation. Tonight we are also going to see a big area of intensive rain pass over the Netherlands, but that should clear the country again tomorrow early morning. Next up, Iberia Express arriving from Madrid, another airplane that we are used to seeing in the morning streams. 3 airplanes on the glide slope, Finnair A321 arriving from bloody Helsinki and the BA A319 arriving from London Heathrow behind them. Once again, that Schiphol elephant. I was looking around to see if I could spot something, but I'm still not able to spot it. We can hear it quite clearly. Well, hearing and seeing are 2 different things. This is Iberia Express, flight 733, arriving from Madrid, where it left from 2 hours and 2 minutes ago. It's the easy LOL. And LOL, L-U-L in Dutch, means dick. It's the easy dick. Thought we also saw the easy mum lately, not too long ago, which sounds like an OnlyFans profile name. Clemencia is reporting that the veggie pizza was yummy. Just needs some more spices, some more herbs. Well, that's the thing with cooking. You never know beforehand if it is going to be right away good or if it needs a bit more improvement. Always takes a couple of iterations when you have a new recipe before it's really optimized. Let's turn around, have a look at Finnair flight 1305. Arriving from bloody Helsinki. This is an A321. 2 hours and 21 minutes on the way. That seems a bit longer than normally would have been the case. If I recall correctly, Helsinki should be around 2 hours of flying away. Then it says, I was in the morning next to the Polderbaan, but you were not here. You missed the cargo lock 747. Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah. Initially it was looking like it was going to rain from 11 o'clock or something. So starting at 9:45 would have meant only an hour before rain would begin. It weren't showers, it was a more sizable area of rain that was expected. So I chose not to go out and instead look at the afternoon, because that was already looking quite promising. Can't have it all. Chris is also booing, saying, oh, you missed the cargo locks this morning. You should have been here. This is BA flight 436, an A319 arriving from London Heathrow. Now touching down after 45 minutes of flight. And this is Jeff. He probably drives a Jag. Golf Echo Uniform Oscar Foxtrot, the registration, Jeff. Right, I'll leave the butt shot for what it is and go back with the camera to the north because the first A350 of the show is coming. It is an angry looking one. China Southern Airlines flight 345 arriving from Beijing in China. 9 hours and 57 minutes on the way. Registration is the Bravo 32 Echo Echo, and it seems to be saying I don't want to come to the Netherlands, I want to go back to China. It's windy over here, I don't want to be here. This A350 is 2 years old. First flight was in May 2023, means that this airplane turned 2 last month. Indeed, Beijing is not in, nor is it in, just so you know. It's in China. Yeah. Spooling up those reversers. Just not that much spray anymore on the runway. Even though we did get a nice refreshing shower somewhere, I don't even remember what time it was. Monique says, boy, you should more often stream in the afternoon. I don't like cooking, but with you streaming on the background, it wasn't a chore. Hey, happy to oblige, Monique, if it makes your cooking life easier. Yeah, no, I do plan to do more streams this time of day. I do also like it, even though I do believe that the traffic is a bit less interesting than in the morning hours. But I am very much a night owl by nature, and getting up a bit later, going to the gym first. At least today it seemed to have worked. From earlier attempts at going to the gym in the morning hours, I always found out I had less strength than when I went in the late afternoon or in the early evening. But it wasn't too bad today. So, and particularly with the autumn in a couple of months and winter coming, I think I need more flexibility. I need to be more flexible when it comes to my streaming hours. Just like with a day like today, when it looked like it was going to rain in the morning hours, but the afternoon seems to be pretty okay. It would have been a waste not to go streaming today. Gym boy indeed, Lucas. Since I was 19, so that is now almost 24 years that I've been going to the gym. Second Lufty of the show. 998 is the flight number. Another flight arriving from Frankfurt. 57 minutes. Wow. It seems a bit long. John also back in the chat. Good to see you, Mr. Singleton. CRJ Buttshot, here we go. Hey, Infinity also in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Beautiful Buttshot. One of the many that we have seen already. Let's have a quick look, see what the weather has been doing. We did not see as much wind anymore once that shower that made me wet passed by. The wind is still blowing from the south-southwest. 12 knots of wind. Temperature now climbed to 18 degrees C. Few clouds at 2,500 feet. The weather radar does show that there are some things moving, but it also seems to be dissolving as it is moving towards the Netherlands. So whether or not we're actually going to get wet over here remains to be seen. I'm still looking to see if the secondary runway is going to become the center runway. Abu Dhabi to Amsterdam, the Etihad Abu Dhabi Grand Prix livery is coming, and I really hope that the airplanes from the east will come to the center runway instead of going to the Schiphol Oostbaan, runway 22, which was the secondary runway earlier in the afternoon. Would be a shame if it were to land on the wrong runway. Quickly pasting the meter in the ticker. And then it is time to quickly turn around. Transavia is next to arrive from Valencia, as the A350 is making its way back to the main platform area. Hey there Bogdan, good evening. Midvi, good evening. Welcome to the show everybody. If you have been enjoying the stream thus far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like and subscribing if you haven't already. It's an easy and free way to help promote this channel to new viewers. So if you want to help this channel, liking and subscribing is an easy and free way to do so. Transavia arriving from Valencia, BA arriving from London Heathrow, and after that Aero Mexico arriving from Mexico. Haven't seen the Quetzalcoatl special livery in ages. I also saw that today we are not lucky and it is a standard livery. Still, it's been a while since we last... Well, no, we did see it last time. I was also streaming in at this time of day, which if I recall correctly was last week Thursday as well, wasn't it? In the meantime, hey! That was Fidel Castro, and you can see he is transporting Pinky or the brain. That was a mice that he has in his claws. Yeah, he's only flying further away from us. Hope you guys were able to see that. That was Fidel Castro working as a mouse taxi, air taxi transportation company. Aero Mexico is now number 2. There it is. The gear is still up. Aero Mexico flight 25 arriving from Mexico City. The gear is extending. If you think it looks a bit pixelated, that is because we are now zoomed in at almost 400 times digital zoom in addition to optical zoom. Back to the top end of optical zoom is over here. First up, BA. BA flight 448 arriving from London Heathrow. London, fish chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary effing Poppins, London. 40 minutes on the way, another airplane that is approaching the glide slope in the background from the east, from the right. That is EasyJet, an EasyJet A320 Neo arriving from Naples. Aero Mexico. Now that's the silver lining of streaming this time of day, that at least we get to see Aero Mexico. I still remember that, I think maybe 1.5 to 2 years ago, when I was more in the beginning stages of starting with the channel, that Aeromexico would also come to Schiphol in the early afternoon. I remember having seen it at the end of streams at some point, and then all of a sudden their arrival time shifted to later in the day, and no longer were we able to see them in the streams. Now, hopefully pretty soon the Quetzalcoatl will also be coming again at a time when I will also be doing a stream this time of day. This is Aeromexico Flight 25 arriving from Mexico City. If you go a bit to the south from Mexico City, is where you will end up in. Well, I say a bit, but talking on a global scale. Touching down now after 9 hours and 33 minutes of flight. Hey there clouds, good evening. Angelina, goedenavond. Jacques, goedenavond. Robert, good evening. Audrey, goedenavond, good evening. Welcome to the show, everybody. Angelina wonders until when I will be broadcasting tonight. Well, I'm hoping that we are able to catch the A380, because I think it is going to land on the Polderbaan, given that the secondary runway is looking to become the Schiphol Oostbaan once again, runway 22, and the thing is too big for it. Emirates A380 is expected in an hour and 15 minutes from now. Now I am wondering if we are going to stay dry until then, because now once again looking in the direction the wind is coming from, it does look a bit more dark. So I'm wondering, is it going to stay dry here or not? Maybe we ought to have a look. Let's see, the scale of chimney smoke as a background to be looking at the weather. This is the Dutch map office. And oh, this is what I was talking about. So you can see this is a line of showers, but as it is moving towards the coast, it is also dissolving. So I'm thinking it is not going to be very substantial, that rain. And Precisely Tuned says 22 would also be good for the Etihad F1 plane, because he thinks that Etihad doesn't accept 22. I sure hope you are right. I sure hope you are right. Mike is dying, Precisely Tuned says. How can that be? Is there something wrong with the microphone? Right, well, you have to realize that when I'm crouching down, there's also more tension on my parka. And I have the DJI mic transmitter in my front pocket. That makes it a bit sensitive to crackling. 3.5mm jacks are very sensitive to them. Also tried to have a loop in the cable so that it buffers the movements. It doesn't go too taut immediately. Yeah, photo for you says in Dutch that come 8 p.m. some pretty intense showers will be arriving. Well, as far as I'm concerned, I'm sticking around until the A380 if it is going to stay dry or mostly dry until then. Do the same as we do during morning streams. I'm also hoping to catch a glimpse of the Etihad F1, because that is really a looker and I haven't seen it up close yet in real life yet. So really hope I can bring you that, guys. Okay. Let's see. Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing, testing, testing. Not good. Okay, that's interesting. Has it frozen again? Testing, 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 testing. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, 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 testing. Seems that something froze. How's the audio now? Working again? Let me listen in then. Okay, let's also open up Bluetooth, earbuds. Check, check. 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 Check. Check, check. Check, check. Okay. Now listening in with earbuds, and I can also hear it. Check, 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 check. Check, check. Check. Check, check. Check, 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 check. It seems that it is normal again. Here in the earplugs it sounds normal. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Still hear some occasional crackles. Check, check. 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 Moving around with the parka. Check, check. Check, check. Those microphones as ever. Let me put away the earplugs first. Talking when hearing yourself with a second of delay is very annoying and makes it nearly impossible to speak properly. Right. That should have fixed it. Those lavalier mics are really sensitive and those cables are easy to get damaged. It sounds like maybe the microphone the wire is damaged. I think I didn't replace it that long ago, but apparently those lavalier mics are very sensitive. Hans' favorite Vueling flight 2021 arrived from Barcelona. In the nick of time, Korean Air arriving from Seoul with a capital S. And it is landing on this runway. Luckily, last time we were here a week ago, it landed on the center runway. I guess it is our luck that the secondary runway is probably Is it open yet? I think it's going to open any time now. And that is still runway 22, Schiphol Oostbaan. Or at least that's what it said on Bezoekbus. Means that we are lucky, and this is Korean Air Flight 925 arrival from Seoul. 13 hours and 9 minutes on the way. 7879 Dreamliner. Registration Hotel Lima 8084. And precisely Tune says traffic is being sequenced for 18C now. That is a pity. Means that the A380 is going to get away from us. But at least we will be able to see it from a distance. What a beautiful machine. 7879 Dreamliner, old Pepsi style. Arrived from Seoul with a capital S. 7 years old, first flight August 2017. EasyJet in the background taking off. And indeed Audrey, flying 9 to 5. What a way to make a living. Happy to see that our friend Steven Siegel is also in the vicinity, doing a flyby. And there's where did she go? There's Sally. Steven and Sally Siegel over here. Next landing in the meantime. Almost happening. KLM flight 1634. And I'm wondering if it is now 6:40 and the airplanes are being sequenced for 18C. Does that mean that KLM flight 896 is going to be the first airplane landing on that runway? Is the 777-300 arriving from Shanghai that is now flying base coming this way, or is it going to land on the center runway, guys? Has anybody have a look? Did anybody have a look? And precisely Tune says, yes, I do believe so. That it is going to center. Yeah, it looks like it is turning in already. It looks like it is turning in already. Alright, silver lining is that at least the secondary runway is within visual range, so the F1 Etihad should land on the center runway then. And we should be able to see it from over here at least decently. Better than had it gone to runway 22. Then again, if 22 were the secondary runway and they would have landed on this runway, it would have been even better, of course. But there's a clear difference between the strength of the wind before the shower that got me wet passed by and after it had passed by. It's definitely a bit less windy now than it was before the shower. Yeah, but KLM 868 and 862 are arriving from the west, so that makes sense that they are assigned to 18 right. It's interesting, they are flying in from the far east, but since they went to the north, they went a northerly route and they flew to the east back from Japan, the 2 flights from Osaka and Narita. That's why these 2 airplanes are arriving from the west today. Look who has arrived in the chat. It is Jörg. What is up, mate? Good to see ya. Hope all is well. And we are at 691 likes, guys. So yeah, just 309 more. And I will be doing an airplane dance. Just saying. Not that I expect we are going to get it in this stream, but just so you know, the offer still stands. Hit a K likes in a stream while live. Get an airplane dance from yours truly. And after that, it's going to be once every 500 likes. So 1500 and 2K will trigger more airplane dances. Etihad for 18C, Ari says, that is a pity, but not unexpected. Silver lining is that we will be able to see it from the side pretty well from over here. Howdy Arno, who's tuning in from Atlanta, nice. Jonah, goedenavond. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. If you joined later, you may have missed the landings of 2 747s already. And a nice little shower. Next airplane is returning from Toulouse. With nothing to lose but Toulouse. KLM flight 1454. Toulouse, 1.5 hours away. This is the Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Echo. This particular specimen is 25 years old. First flight was in April 2000. Kermit the Frog. He is somewhere over there. That's where I hear his sound coming from, but Kermit is the most difficult animal to film here. I constantly hear him, but it is so hard to get him in the picture. Never have I succeeded in getting him in frame. Ducklings, easy. Herons, easy. Kermit, it's like the freaking monster of Loch Ness. He is laughing at me, isn't he, Han? Stupid human, not being able to film me. Right, so this is more or less what we are going to see from the Etihad F1 pretty soon. Still, pretty decent view from this angle. Looking forward to seeing it. Shouldn't be too long before it will arrive here. It's flying on the base leg already. And Transavia Flight 54 behind it, arriving from Istanbul. Good idea, good idea. Ask Harry to bring him. Harry the Heron. Frog Transportation Company. So many animals work in logistics. Then again, it makes sense when you are living next to Schiphol Airport. I guess it comes with the territory. Jörg asks, how long will you be streaming today? I hope that we can make it decently dry until the Emirates A380 has landed in roughly an hour from now. Let's see, what is its ETA? Think it was 6:45 or so. Still an hour or so away. Oh no, I'm looking in the wrong direction. Silly me. Here is the Emirates A380 742. Yeah, so that is what I am aiming for, to see it land. This is KLM flight 968 arriving from Kicks. Get your kicks in Osaka in Japan. And behind it, KLM flight 862 arriving from Narita in Tokyo. These two airplanes are landing on this runway because if you look at Flight Radar, you will see that from Japan they left to the east, to the northeast, and went not via Asia but via the Americas. Beautiful ETA 8220. Going to the wrong runway though. And the Etihad F1 Dreamliner is turning in for the center runway. Will be flying parallel to the 777 arriving from Narita. Now there are two A380s since last October, if I recall correctly, that are flying into Schiphol on a daily basis, Jörg. So this is Emirates flight 149, the other being 147. Hey, welcome back, Yuri. Good to have you again in the Aurora Sky Lounge. We kept your seat warm and everything is... We left everything the way you left it. We kept everything the way you left it. Welcome back, mate. Thanks for the vote of confidence. So, two airplanes, two KLM widebodies arriving from Japan. In the foreground, the Dreamliner arriving from Osaka. 13 hours and 23 minutes underway to get here. The PHBHL, that's Bravo Hotel Lima. And behind it is a 777-200 arriving from Tokyo Narita. Well, let's just call it Narita because it's not really Tokyo. If you still have to sit in a train for an hour to get to Tokyo Station. This is the Papa Hotel Lima. 7879, 7 years old, first flight July 2017. That's a lot of sevens. Over there. And this should be Etihad. Let me quickly take this moment to update the ticker because runway 22 is now no longer the secondary runway, but 18C is as it normally is when the wind is blowing from the south or southwest or southeast. Alright, I think we are now looking at a premiere here at AMS Live. This is the Etihad Airways Abu Dhabi Grand Prix Special Livery. Arriving from Abu Dhabi. It is a 7879 Dreamliner, the Alpha 6 Bravo Lima Victor. Now I've been looking forward to this airplane all afternoon, ever since I realized it was coming to Schiphol today. 6-year-old airplane, first flight November 2018. Flying parallel to it is the 777-200 arriving from Tokyo Narita. Not yet can we see a lot of details in the airplane. Lars asks, do you like F1? I used to like it. Back in the day when Michael Schumacher and Max Verstappen's dad were still racing and they had V10 engines that sounded extremely beautifully. These days, I'm not watching it. Still, I do like the livery of the Etihad. Right, so just a quickie. This is the 777-200 arriving from Narita. Right. Etihad F1 has landed. That was a beautiful airplane to see. Pity that it wasn't landing here, but there you go. Still looked very nice. Right, so parallel arrivals have begun. Next airplane to land over here is EasyJet flight 27836. That's an A320neo arriving from Glasgow. Jörg already has to leave again. Thanks for stopping by, Jörg. See you later. Let's see, next airplane that is interesting to see, but unfortunately from a distance is going to be Air India arriving from Delhi. It is now flying base and is going to land on the center runway pretty soon. Second airplane that we can see here on the glide slope to the Polderbaan is KLM flight 1204 arriving from Oslo. And thank you, Norman, for the kind words, who says, awesome camera work on the very distant F1 livery. Do the best I can. Luckily, it's no longer as gusty and windy as it was in the beginning of the stream. And B says, happy day, everyone. Greetings from Istanbul. Happy day to you too, mate, and welcome. And Ramon is back again after an after-dinner walk. Nice. Good for digestion. And Wolfgang says, I think I will cook asparagus risotto today after the stream. Yes, that it will be. Asparagus risotto. That sounds tasty. A320 Neoreo. Oreo. And we need to Embraer 195 from KLM, that is going to the center runway. Let's see, Air India is turning in, coming to the center runway. Over here once again, more doom and gloom, looking to the south and in the direction the wind is blowing from. Bit of precipitation, but also dissolving as it is moving this way. So I think the net result of it is maybe just a few droplets, if any at all. I'm not expecting a lot of rain actually, to be honest. Next up, KLM flight 1204 arriving from Oslo. 1 hour 33 minutes on the way. 737-800. The PHHSE Papa Hotel Sierra Echo, which, if I recall correctly, was previously owned by Transavia. Weather app is giving me a warning that in about 5 minutes here it is going to rain for a longer period of time, lightly. Is that so? No, that's not. That's the Polderbaan glide slope. And this is the airplane preceding Air India. But where is Air India? Is that it? I think it is. I think that is Air India. While that is coming our way, let's have a quick look and see what the weather radar thinks about that precipitation the weather app on my phone was warning me for. Okay, so what you see over here is more or less activating. This is dissolving. It's probably not going to amount to anything. What's going to happen with this, I don't know. That looks to be intensifying as it is moving this way. Might also be interfering with me here. Hadi Gerrit, goedenavond. Peter, goedenavond. Swissport worker, good evening. Right, well, let's see. Emirates was expected in 40 minutes or so from now. Where was it flying? It's not in Dutch airspace yet. Oh yeah, that's still a bit out. Estimated to arrive in 40 minutes, right. Question is it going to stay dry until then? Right now, we are looking at Air India. Air India, flight 155, arriving from Delhi in India. Second time we see it. Last week, Thursday, we also got to see it here in the evening. Unfortunately, then too, it went to the center runway. That's just the shame of its estimated time of its time of arrival. Jaco, goedenavond, good evening. Air India, flight 155, arriving from Delhi, 7878 Dreamliner, 9 hours and 25 minutes underway. It's the Victor Tango Alpha November Lima. Tunnel. This particular Dreamliner is already 12 years old. The first flight was in October 2012. I like how Air India has those accents in the livery surrounding the windows, making them seem more pronounced than on other Dreamliners they appear to be. From this angle you can clearly also see the flex of the wingtip. I think those wings are actually higher than the fuselage. Upon landing, of course, when the spoilers deploy, that quickly comes to an end. right. I am feeling 1 or 2 droplets now. To the south it looks darkest. Over here it is still okay. Helvetic Airways in the meantime having landed here. E2 Embraer 195 arrival from Zurich. Another E2 Embraer 195 is coming next. KLM flight 1936. And another butt shot here as well. The Red Wine Express is also approaching. Red Wine Express ought to be next after this. So it ought to be this airplane, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see, another airplane behind it is an Embraer 190 arriving from MPL, and that is Montpellier, and that is the KLM Embraer 190 in the SkyTeam livery, KLM flight 1460. EVA Air is also approaching from Bangkok, 777-300ER, another airplane that we don't see in the morning streams, that we will get to see in a few moments, but unfortunately it is at a distance. It's going to the center runway. Glenn Gold has greetings from UK. Goedenavond Greenlight, and welcome to the show, all others who have joined. And I most definitely have an umbrella, Yuri. Of course I do. If you joined us later, you may have missed the shower that fell on me and also deposited a fresh amount of water on the runway. Not sure when it was exactly, the time of day, but I guess between 4 and 5 or so. Clarence has to go. Thank you for stopping by. See you again later in the weekend, hopefully. Three airplanes on the glide slope. Red Wine Express arriving from Bordeaux up first. KLM flight 1446. That's a 737-800. Embraer 190 arriving from Montpellier behind it. And after that, another A320 Neo from EasyJet arriving from Persenchester. Hey, and Dennis is going to Bangkok with EVA Air. Absolutely nice. Martin says morgen, afternoon, hi, something feels wrong. Takes a little getting used to, doesn't it? I agree. But it makes for a nice change, I think. Nice backdrop against which this Embraer is flying towards the center runway. Weird indeed. K2. Just a few light droplets I've felt over the last couple of minutes, but it's nothing substantial, so right now this doesn't seem to be posing a real immediate threat. Looks much darker further to the south, but that is not coming my way. Alright, let's see, where is the EVA Air? That's now turning in. Still a decent distance away. Next airplane to land is the Embraer 190 arriving from Montpellier, KLM flight 1460. That's one of the two airplanes that KLM still has in its fleet in the SkyTeam livery. The other airplane being a 737-900. Flight time from Montpellier to Amsterdam has been 1 hour and 39 minutes as we speak. And this is the Papa Hotel Echo Zulu X-Ray. Hadi Edwin, goedenavond. Martin says that Buienradar says rain around 8. Well, my plan is to stick around until the Emirates A380 has landed. Would be nice to see the evening Emirates for a change. After that, as far as I'm concerned, it's time to wrap up. Should be doing a morning stream tomorrow with more Crosswind arrivals. Basically a continuation of what we have been doing this afternoon, but then with the regulars that are arriving in the morning hours, so expect a lot of loud deltas. I will double check once more when I get home after having had dinner, just to see that we are going to have dry weather in the morning hours. Last time I checked this afternoon, it did look like it was going to be dry in the morning hours tomorrow, so just double checking. I will announce the stream for tomorrow tonight if that is a go. And thank you for your concern, Hon. Now, if it is going to stay dry until 8, then we are going to be solid, because I have bought new bags that are water repellent. These are the bags I have all my stuff in, and these are from, what is it? It is water repellent. Have to double check the label. It's one of those materials that is water repellent. The zippers are also tucked in, so water is not likely to seep through the zipper into the bag as well. Nah, should be good. If it starts raining at 8, I should have all the electrical equipment in the bags already come that time. I would only be busy with the tripod and the table and whatnot. And if push comes to shove, I always have a roll of garbage bags with me. If I need to do an emergency evacuation, I can always shove everything into big garbage disposal bags to keep everything watertight if need be. And I have done a couple of emergency evacuations over the course of the 2.5 years I'm now running the channel, so shouldn't be a problem, provided that it doesn't start raining very intensively already before then. This is Eva Air Flight 75 arriving from Bangkok. The name in itself is already funny. No need to add a pun. Bangkok to Amsterdam, 11 hours and 35 minutes, 777-300 registration Bravo 16729. And I still have a picture of the Eva Air 747 landing on the Polderbaan. Back in the day, I think 2006 or something. With a power shot Canon virtual potato, handful of pixels. But yeah, back in the day when Eva Air was also still flying to Schiphol with 747s, those were the days. Check out the clouds in the backdrop, nice. BA in the way. Photo bombing the BA. Hey Yannick, good evening. And good evening to all others who've joined in the meantime. Let's see, next airplane to arrive is arriving from Norwich, KLM flight 1067. No, 62. It is an Embraer 175. Hey, that's nice, Dennis. Dennis once flew in the 747 from Eva. How about that? That is nice, mate. How long ago was that? A380 expected 7:45. Thank you, Tom. So that's half an hour away from now. It's going to approach Dutch airspace pretty soon then. 99.99% sure it is going to land on the center runway, but still. First officer initiated a wave and I reciprocated. I think the FO saw the camera. EasyJet A320 Oreo. Oreo. E2 Embraer 195, KLM flight 1012, arriving from London Heathrow, next to arrive here. Papa Hotel, November X-ray Papa is the registration. Airplane a year old, although it is turning 2 this month. First flight was in June 2023. Suparna leaving now. What runway, Tom? I'm looking behind me, I'm not seeing anything yet. Is it taking runway 24? Right, Suparna. Let's see. There it is. Should turn it around so that I can continue following it. Suparna Airlines, let's do a long follow because I'm expecting it to turn this way. And the lighting is exquisite. This is Suparna Airlines flight 87414 going to Nanjing in China. 7474 on the freighter. Registration. Oh no, it's going away too. No, I thought it was going to fly this way. No, I turned around the camera in vain. This is... No, it's going to the wrong runway. Such a shame. I was hoping it was going to do the departure where it would fly, come this way, fly overhead. No dice. In that case, let me turn around the camera this way so that the camera wires are untangled again. Such a shame. Thanks for the heads up though, Tom. Right, well, KLM flight 1102 has just landed, arrived from Exeter, and we are now looking at KLM flight 942 arriving from Glasgow. And I'm wondering, are we going to see any wide bodies to the Polderbaan anytime soon? Because I'm seeing narrow bodies everywhere. I'm looking on Flight Radar now. Does anybody know? And thank you all so much for 755 likes. We also have 8 dislikes, but we have 756 likes now and only 550 people remaining that are watching. So more likes than viewers. That is a nice feat. Thank you all so much. And Dennis took the 747 from Ava to Bangkok in 2010. Yeah. Does anybody know when they stopped flying the 747 to Schiphol? Because my pictures, if I recall correctly, were taken in 2006 or 7 from the Ava 747. I also still have a couple taken from the old Spottersplatz at the Kaagbaan with, I think it was the DC-11 from Northwest. Once made a thumbnail out of that one of those pictures to see if it would trigger anybody responding to it, but unfortunately it didn't. Hey, thank you Victoria, who says in Dutch, I subscribe because my friend Colin often watches, and then she retracted the message. Small 737-700, the Papa Hotel, Bravo Golf Hotel. The lighting this time of day is exquisite, even though the sun is now not shining directly, it's hidden from view. Still you can see that the source of light is coming from behind and it makes for perfect lighting. That's also something that I like about this location this time of day. Ooh, awesome. Mr. Samir J says, in Dutch, I think I still have pictures of Suriname Airways Boeing 747-300 at Schiphol. I didn't even know that they flew those back in the day to Schiphol. That is awesome. Have a look at Schiphol at YouTube and Google for spotting videos from Schiphol the 90s. There are a couple of videos from people that spotted at Schiphol in the 90s. They uploaded videos of it. Absolutely amazing. It's 747s everywhere you look. It is insane. Now, Suparna, according to Flight Radar, is passing to the north now east of me. I'm looking up to see if I maybe am able to see it, but I can see another airplane that is also behind it, and it is already above the clouds. I just see it through an opening, so guess I'm not able to show you the 747 anymore. Indeed, airplane spotter, half an hour or so, and then the Emirates A380 is going to land. The second arriving at Schiphol today. The first one arrives in the local afternoon, Emirates Flight 147, and the next airplane is going to be Emirates Flight 149. And Take says that the Emirates Flight 149 has been assigned to 18C, so that is nothing that we didn't expect already. The wind is also picking up. Does that mean that rain is getting closer by, or at least... Yeah, I'm feeling a few droplets now in my neck. Interesting. In the meantime, Apprentice Wheelie once again showing how to keep that nose wheel in the air. Technically speaking, aerodynamic braking. Alright. Yeah, a few droplets are falling. Hopefully it won't amount to anything very substantial. For the time being, I am just standing here with the hoodie of my parka up. If it is going to amount to more, might have to get out the umbrella, but I think we're going to be good. Martin says, few drops now, more rain, still forecast at 8. Yeah, very sizable area of rain is expected to pass overnight. This is just a prelude, the warming up. Not sure if you can pick up the audio of the droplets falling on my parka, but it is just a few droplets now. So, I'm not going to get out the umbrella yet. Let's see. Next airplane to arrive is a KLM KLM A321neo arriving from Bergen, flight 1170. 1 hour 20 minutes on the way, and it is the Fax A, the very first of the fleet. Brand new airplane, first flight July 2024, so next month it is going to turn 1. Hey, Jeff also back in the chat, golden hour and rain. As long as it is separate and it's not a golden shower rain, that's not something I would say about. Unless, of course, it is your thing, but it's not mine. I would tell you that. Rain is nice. In moderation and when you're sitting inside and don't have to go through it. Me personally, I love it when it is raining and I'm lying in bed and I can hear it against the windowsill. Very relaxing. Indeed, Sire Banterbury. Nice name. Nah, it's just a few droplets. Sounds like it is already slowing down. Air France flight 1440 arriving next after this. That's a Bombardier C Series 300 arriving from Paris. Police car passing by. The guy sitting in the passenger seat waving at me, looking back. I have my parka on right now, so if you approach me from behind, difficult to make eye contact. Yeah, just a couple of weeks before the longest day of the year over here, but it is still very much parka weather over here at AMS Live today. Yeah, but I think I'm going to put down the hoodie of the parka again. Makes it a bit easier. Makes it also a bit easier to recognize my face, insofar as that is something you guys would be interested in. Alrighty, time for the Bombardier C Series 300 Air France A320 flight 1440 arriving from Paris, and after that another A321neo from KLM arriving from Barcelona. And Peter K has returned from control spotting. What did you see? Any nice catches? Unfortunately, today over here, no control spotting was possible. I am looking forward to the moment we are able to do that again. If all is well, from Monday or Tuesday onward, it should become dry and more sunny again, and also a bit more warmer and calendar conform weather. Indeed, Dennis, it is going to go to the Zwanenburgbaan, the A380, unfortunately. It has been assigned to the wrong runway, so to speak. Still, we should be able to see it quite well from over here. Now, big picture overview, things look interesting once again with gloomy and moody skies. Mostly to the southeast, this is what it looks like. Over here it is still a bit light, but looking further away, absolutely more dark. Looking to the south, this is what it now looks like, and looking to the southwest, where the wind is blowing from, this is what it looks like. Looking to the west, also moody clouds and, yeah, impending doom. We are going to get quite a bit of rain overnight tonight, which is also why I am going to wrap it up after the A380 has landed shortly. If all is well, the rain that is going to drift in the upcoming hours should clear the country again in the early morning tomorrow. I will double check after having had dinner when I get home tonight to see if we are going to have a go for a morning stream tomorrow morning. So I expect I will be able to announce tomorrow's stream in a few hours from now already. Windfinder says that we are going to see more crosswind tomorrow in the morning hours as well, and with a peak of wind in the early afternoon. So I'm expecting crosswindy arrivals and beautiful glide slope shots here tomorrow. If you are free, if you have time, by all means, you're happy to join us. You're welcome to join us. Let's see. The Emirates A380 is in Dutch airspace. It does seem to be flying a bit further south than I ordinarily would expect it to fly. I'm thinking maybe they will leave it come to Amsterdam and then direct it further to the north. Meanwhile, the glide slope of the Polderbaan is still continuing to fill. The next airplane over here is KLM flight 932, arriving from Edinburgh. Sup, bruh? It's the Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Tango. And thank you, Solomon, who says you are a hero for doing this every day. Well, I don't do it every day. I do it 4 times a week, or at least I strive to do 4 streams a week, Thursdays through Sundays normally. But I am flexible if the weather is really bad and I am able to do a stream on Monday to compensate. I will do so. A few more droplets are falling here once again. Let me quickly turn back the camera away from the direction the wind is coming from so that the lens will at least stay dry. Just a quick look on the weather website of the Dutch Met Office, see what it is now saying. We are standing approximately over here. Yeah, this seems to be a bit more sizable, but... Right, let's see. Emirates A380 is very close by already. It is in Dutch airspace and is approaching. Was cargo rolling? Runway 24, Wolfgang says. That is looking in the wrong direction, where there's also wind and rain. Although, once again now, it has temporarily stopped raining. Just a few droplets. No, that's China East. No, that is it, isn't it? Yeah, that's the A330, the double-chinned Moscargo that we saw earlier. Yeah, that's what you get when pointing the camera in the direction of the wind. Let me see if I can clean the lens in a moment. This is KLM flight 1072, arriving from Southampton, and number 190. Oh, hey, we were talking about Harry. Guess who just arrived on the scene? It's Harry, the hypnotizing heron. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? I spy with my hypnotizing eye. Now, there's definitely more precipitation falling east to southeast of me. Look at that. That is definitely a bit more imposing than what is now coming my way, looking in the direction of the wind. Let me quickly take this moment to clean the lens of the camera. That droplet is a bit annoying. Also, a few droplets on my phone screen. Quickly wipe them off and reopen the window. There we go. Cleaning all the screens. That's the phone screen, the camera screen, and the camera lens. All the optical surfaces now once again. Indeed, sounds like he's from The Hague, Audrey. Harry de Haagse Rega. Right, Embraer 175. KLM flight 1130. Transavia over there. And even though the sun is not shining directly, you can definitely see that the lighting this time of day is so much better than in the mornings. Kapma! Indeed. Anyway, let's see what else is in the pipeline. It's narrow bodies, narrow bodies, narrow bodies. It is a shitload of narrow bodies today, isn't it? My God. That is why I do think I still prefer the mornings, just because there's much more wide body traffic landing and taking off as well. Hadi Marcel, goedenavond. Alright, let's see. Where is the A380? Right, it has been assigned, it has been directed a little bit further to the north again. Looked like it was approaching a bit further to the south, but they have vectored it now to the northwest, so it is coming further to the, it is approaching further to the north. It is going to be the last airplane for today's show. But like I said before, if all is well, I should be out again tomorrow. Hopefully I'll also have a few moments to look into the code, well, at least have ChatGPT look into the code for my custom widgets, with which I hope that I can automate all the highlighted messages. So the membership celebrations, new members, membership renewals, membership birthdays, super chats, super stickers. Once I've got that sorted, the next item on the wish list is going to be the USB-C power PD hub and the Stream Deck for all the sound effects without delay. For those of you joining later and are curious to hear about the NATO top, I did take the week off from my day job, so I will be able to do streams the entire week. If all is well, I am going to get an invitation for a tour around the Polderbaan for that Schiphol is organizing for the established local spotters. Might be able to, although I might not be able to do a live stream from the tour bus, I hope I will be able to shoot some awesome footage from the biz jets that will be parked over here then, and at least make a beautiful separate video out of it. Does mean that in the 2 weeks after the NATO top, I will not be streaming on Thursday, because instead of taking off, I moved the days that I worked and am going to compensate them on Thursdays, the 2 Thursdays following the NATO top in the beginning of July. The Emirates A380 is approaching, and I'm wondering, are we able to see it yet? It is now in the vicinity of Volendam, and that is a bit to the right of Purmerend, and Purmerend is in line with the scale of chimney smoke chimneys, so I'm thinking the A380 ought to be in the sky over there somewhere. But the question is, are we able to see it yet? I imagine it is probably not too far above the horizon, since it is so far away. It might also be above the clouds and still impossible to see. That's the hard thing. I don't know what a... Let's see, over Volendam, it's approaching Purmerend, so it should be over there somewhere, on paper. Now with the cloudy backdrop, it is a bit harder to see. And if it sounds like I'm making excuses for not being able to show you the A380, it is because I am. Yeah, now it does look like the sky is open, and no, that's a bird. It's now flying in the vicinity of Purmerend, so now I'm thinking I need to look more in this direction. Scanning the sky for an A380 that I'm not entirely sure we can already see. Still above the clouds, isn't it? Yeah, I thought so. I thought so. Right, well, in the meantime, beautiful glide slope shots here. Wish that Jerry were here to see it. KLM arriving from Valencia, E2 Embraer 195 here in the foreground, and then an A321neo arriving from Lisbon. Right, let's have another go and try to spot the A380. This certainly isn't it. But this is, ladies and gentlemen, we have a visual. Target acquired. Last airplane of today's show, the Emirates A380, the second of the show. It's not the 147 that we usually get to see in the morning streams, but this is Emirates flight 149. Emirates flight 149 and A380 800, 6 hours and 27 minutes on the way. That's almost exactly nominal. It's the Alpha 6 Echo Yankee. Now number 10 on flight radar, tracked by 518 people. How many have we left watching? Is it all our audience? We have 591, so we have a little more than that. And we're almost at 800, oh, we are at 809 likes. That is such a shame. We have gotten so close to 1,000, at which stage I would do an airplane dance. But I don't think we are going to make up for those likes that we still need. Still, the offer stands and is going to stand for the upcoming streams. If we ever make it to 1,000 likes while live, I will do another live stream. Another live stream anyway, but also another airplane dance. And I'll make it easier after 1,000. After the initial 1,000, another airplane dance after each 500 additional likes. So at 1,500, 2,000, 2,500, etc. Emirates flight 149, 6 hours and 28 minutes on the way. 11 years old, this one. First flight March 2014. The gear is still up. And this is 400 times digital zoom. And a clear indication that the wind has calmed down. That I'm able to keep it so steady at such a big distance. The gear is extending. Outer main gear comes out first. Then the inner main gear, and simultaneously, although a bit hard to see, but the nose gear of course also is already dropping. After they have locked into place, you'll see the doors close again. Happening now. And there you go, you have an extended gear on the A380. So this is 400 times digital zoom. My camera has two settings for digital zoom, 400 times and 800 times as well. Means I can digitally zoom even more than this already. I already think it's overkill because you're just magnifying pixels, and particularly with light sources you can see that quite clearly. This is the top end of optical zoom, which equates to roughly 600 millimeters full frame. Obviously, using moderate digital zoom in addition to optical zoom is okay. Still can clearly see the pixels in the light source. I always find it a bit annoying, but there you go. You can see the rest of the livery and the Emirates name much more clearly. Last airplane of today's show, guys. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm already going to go ahead and thank you all for joining me here today. I had a wonderful time. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I have. Massive big thank you for all the support, all the likes, the people who became a member. Have we had any gifted memberships today? I don't think that we have, or maybe one or two. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships, for becoming a member yourself, for any super chats and super stickers that might be given, PayPal donations, merch store purchases, and of course also a massive big thank you to the moderators who help to keep the stream friendly and accessible to all. If you did like the stream and you forgot to do so already, consider leaving a like and subscribe if you haven't already. It's an easy way and a free way to support the channel, help us reach a wider audience, bring in more people like yourselves. Awesome folk who are into live streams like these, but who just don't know of the channel's existence yet. Your likes and subscriptions really help to improve the discoverability of the channel. If all is well, I should be going out again tomorrow morning. So, in just over 12 hours from now. I will double check after, when I get home. I'll first have dinner, and after that I will check to see if we are still going to have dry weather in the morning hours. I'll announce the stream later tonight then, if that's the case. Question now, of course, becomes, can we also hear the reversers in a moment? I think we will. Normally we should. Yeah. There it is. Right, on that bombshell, it is time to end. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. Have a nice evening or whatever time of day it is. Sleep well for those of you whose bedtime has arrived. We'll see you hopefully again tomorrow, and if not tomorrow, then hopefully later in the weekend. Thank you once again for joining me here today. Stay safe and see you all soon. Bye for now, guys. Take care.